Greetings, my excellent friends. It is Phoenix Wright Day. Last week I was surprised by how long the first case was. And we only ended up getting one chapter of the second case done as well, compared to the first game, where we literally got case 1 and 2 done, I think, in less than 6 hours? Like, hang on, I want to check that. Oh god, you're here. I mean, I'm both glad and terrified that you're here, Sam. Because the last time I tried to do a German character on stream was Orwell. And I think I've gotten better, but I look forward to learning that I haven't. But there is a part of me that hopes that I can satisfy you today with Franziska von Karma. Or at the very least, provide something of adequate entertainment. Now, I'm just checking. I want to know... Yeah, no, we did the whole first 2 cases in one 5-hour and 20-minute stream, compared to a 5-hour and 11-minute stream. So we did... It was shorter, but I think I started a little late and it was jiggled around a little. It's basically the same amount of time. There was a 10-minute difference. Because, yeah, the second game definitely is longer, is so much longer. Every direct small chapter is longer as a result of, I don't know, them learning more. Which is what offsets the case 5 being a bonus case, yet also being the size of a Wheel of Time novel. Yeah, great, thanks, Sam. Oh, God, both of you? Really? Right, at the start? You especially, Batchy, you're like the poster adult of showing up late, or half... Well, not late, because you're not obligated to be here. Well, none of you are streamers, you wouldn't relate, but, like, I get weirded out when someone says, sorry, I'm late, to a streamer. It's so weird. It's like, you're not paid to be here. Anyway. Thursdays and Fridays. It's a Saturday. Anyway. You're not normally here when I start, is the point. It's a Saturday morning in your part of the world, isn't it? Like, yeah, you're right. Australia gets their days faster than other people, but I'm 2 hours out from midnight, in which case it will be Sunday. So it should be Saturday anyway, everywhere. Form a fucking union, Sam. Anybody, I don't know how many of you give a shit about Twitter and about the evolution of video game industry drama, but did anybody catch the union busting email that Blizzard employees got yesterday? Or this morning, or something? That was fun. Anyway. No, okay. Let me see. The person who shared it on Twitter, it was their last day at Blizzard. And so it got leaked. Which I thought was very funny. There we are. Okay, video game, where are you? We are not where we're supposed to be. Oh. That's right. I bought things on Steam because things were on sale. I don't like that. I know you buy something new on Steam, it replaces your, like... Because I'm lazy. I right-click Steam and I hit the... Because it shows you the 5 games you played most recently. I don't like actually trawling through my library, and I definitely have too many to put them as desktop shortcuts, so fuck that. But when you buy something new, and if it happens to have like a lot of versions or something, it'll just completely replace it. It'll pretend that you've recently played it, even though you've just bought it. Oh, I didn't buy it to play it. I bought it to play it in like 3 years. Anyway. My files conflict with the ones stored in the Steam cloud. Well, go with the ones that are here. That's weird. That might have been because my internet was, like, down for most of the day on Monday. But I didn't play this. Well, it isn't hard to return the recent games, Nitrek. You just need to load them once, and it pops back in. But it's annoying for that one time. Right. But yes, Blizzard being cartoon villains. I know it's not new. I get entertained by these things. Not... Oh, God. Davos, hello. I don't get entertained by them being shits. I get entertained by the reactions of the smart people. Smart people entertain me. Hello, Davos. Welcome. You missed nothing. We haven't actually started the game yet. We will now. Well, you missed, like, 8 or 9 weeks of previously on, but we're at the outset of the trial. I guess to summarize, what was his name? I can't remember his name. I think Dr. Gray. Dr. Turner Gray? I think it's Turner Gray. A doctor who was suspected of malpractice, but he says that his nurse did the malpractice, but his nurse got killed in a car accident, so he went to Maya Fey, the spirit medium, to summon the nurse's ghost up so that she could confess to the malpractice and clear his name. And they did so in a private channeling room, just him and Maya, so that this ghost could be called up to admit to her foul pre-mortem deeds. Except, apparently the ghost took over Maya's body and stabbed Dr. Gray to death. And so Maya is on... Maya is being held responsible for the murder that her body committed. And we have to prove that something untoward is happening. Because we believe... Maya's recollection is that she was asleep and dreaming while she was channeling this ghost. But that doesn't work. Channelers don't dream when they're channeling other spirits. So even though the woo-woo mysticism ghost stuff is real, that doesn't mean that the circumstances of this case are real. Also, there were gunshots. Oh, she shot him. Right, I thought she shot him, stabbed him, Where'd the gun come from? Okay. It was a week ago. Gunshots, schmunschmots, I don't know. June 21, 9:48 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. What? Prosecutor Von Karma? You mean... No, I heard it's his successor this time. Successor? Huh. Manfred Von Karma was a really sinister man. He pulled all sorts of nasty tricks, all so he could win. He was a man obsessed with the word perfection. Oh, so he was Magneto. He had a perfect record for 40 long years. Who knows what sorts of dirty tricks he used to get each of those guilty verdicts. And now his successor. I wonder what kind of person they will turn out to be. It's no good. Mystic Maya! Pearly? You showed up. Thanks for coming all this way. I was really worried about you. Hey, where's your mother? Didn't you two come together? Mother is watching over the trainees. She said they have training for 2 days straight with no breaks. Huh? Then... You came all by yourself? Yep. I snuck out of the manor and followed a map. Don't tell me you walked all the way here. Of course not. I ran. That's... I can't... Oh my. If it takes 2 hours by train... Oh man. Hurley? What about the train? Huh? What's a train? I give up. It's time, isn't it? I'm really scared. What if Von Karma tries to do something to me? At least I know Mr. Edgeworth would be nicer to me than Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth? Who is that? He's Nick's rival. Well, he's also a friend. Objection! I still remember him as though I'd seen him only yesterday. Objection! Every trial was a scorchingly fierce battle until the very end. Objection! Objection! It was always back and forth with them. But when you're rivals for life... Maya! Please don't mention that name ever again. Huh? But why, Nick? I'm sorry, Maya. I forgot you don't know. He's gone. And he's not coming back. He's buried in my backyard. What? Wait a second, what's that supposed to mean? Court will commence shortly. Please proceed into the courtroom. Let's go. Now's not the time to talk about that anyway. This is perhaps the stupidest plot point in this game. Again, you have to credit the weirdness of the writing order here, because this was written, this thing was written with the idea that Turnabout Goodbyes, the Von Karma case, was the last case. The most recent case, till this one. Rise from the Ashes was added later, with more Edgeworth and more Gumshoe, but neither of those endings explains a scrap of this. Edgeworth supposedly left at the end of Rise from the Ashes, okay, sure, but it doesn't explain Phoenix's attitude at all. Unless he's deeply cut up about his missing boyfriend and doesn't want to hear a word about him because the reminder is too traumatic. That might be an argument, but it's janky. It's janky. Nick? June 21, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Oh god, there she is! Court is now in session for the trial of Maya Fey. Are the prosecution and the defense prepared? Let's turn this off for now. Give you a break from the background noise. What is with this kid?
Mr. Wright, are you prepared?
Huh? Yes, Your Honor. Why does he always seem mad at me? Mr. Phoenix Wright. You must be a little shocked because I am a woman, correct? Hold on. So, she's the famed successor to Prosecutor Von Karma? I am Franziska Von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Revenge? It's even spelled in red letters. Is this about her father, Manfred von Karma?
If it's something of a personal nature, I'm sure you can...
Ah! I'm talking. Yes, Davos, she's holding a whip. She's not holding the whip, she's using the whip. She's using the whip a lot. She breaks the law more than anybody else has ever broken the law in a courtroom before. And in this game, a lot of people break the law in a courtroom. I'm reasonably certain she whips the judge's desk and not the judge's skin. If you interrupt again, my whip will do the speaking for me. Please speak with your mouth like a normal person. I beg of you. Yes, she's a bell mod. You've cracked the code. Well done. Ah! Sorry, I'm trying to adjust my personal volume. Ever since I turned the air conditioner off, it's too loud. I just turned it up. Scorched myself. Which you didn't hear, because none of it affects OBS. If you did, yikes. Franziska is probably my least favorite of the trilogy's prosecutors, other than Winston Payne, who doesn't count. However, she is only my least favorite because the others are better. She's amazing. And yet the above still remains true. Personal opinion. I'm sure Sam would rank her higher than the other three. But I mean, Edgeworth is Edgeworth. I really like the prosecutor in the third game, and the original Von Karma is just such a fantastic villain. I can't. All four of them are excellent, is the point. In fact, I struggle to think of a bad prosecutor in Phoenix Wright. Even the one in Apollo Justice, for all that that game isn't very good, I kind of liked the prosecutor in that game. And I like the prosecutor in Dual Destinies as well. I have no idea about Spirit of Justice. I never played that, but yeah. And then the Edgeworth games don't really have prosecutors, so, well, they do! They have Edgeworth, but you get me. They don't have an opposing counsel. Anyway. And I'm sure a lot of people would change that order around and not put Franziska at the bottom. It's not necessarily Franziska as a person that puts her at the bottom. It's the fact that she presides over cases I don't like much, including this one and the next one. She is... She's kind of like... She kind of gets the Colin Baker treatment. She doesn't have enough to work with. But she's still great. Anyway, please speak with your mouth like a normal person, I beg of you. Make no mistake. I will defeat you. Prepare to go down, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Prosecutor Von Karma, your opening statement, please.
Those of Von Karma blood have only one fate. And that is perfection. The defendant, Maya Fey, will find no... The defendant, Maya Fey, will find no escape from her guilt on my watch.
Very well. What is the defense's position?
Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to enter a plea of not guilty?
Yes. Foolish fool, who foolishly dreams of foolish dreams. 10 minutes. I give the defense 10 minutes before it changes its plea. That's right. I'll have you running for the justified self-defense plea in no time. Justified self-defense. A plea usually reserved for when a person unintentionally kills in defense of themselves. We could very easily make a solid case that it was self-defense, but... The defense stands by the plea of not guilty, Your Honor. Because to plead justified self-defense is to say that you did kill someone. She also bows like George Carlin. I mean, it's a little more flowery, but it's the full arm spread lower head. How foolish. If that's how you want to play it, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then I shall now call the first witness. She's just as scary as her father. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. Witness, your name and occupation.
Yes, sir. My name is Dick Gumshoe. I'm a detective at the local precinct.
Blue Moon, I thought you were not appearing today. I thought you were going to bury yourself as deep into Endwalker as the time of day would allow you. Ah! Get to the point already. Explain to the court the details of this murder. Also, help me understand. Help me remind. You're new to this game, right? You said you didn't have experience with Ace Attorney. I'm not sure if you're saying "Good morning, foolish fools" because you just heard her say that, or because you're familiar with the character.
Yes, sir. If everyone would please look at this map.
Well, if there was one character from Ace Attorney that would get your attention, Franziska probably is it for you.
The channeling chamber has no windows and the door was locked shut. At the time of the murder, only the victim and the defendant were in the room.
What were they doing in there?
Well, they were channeling a spirit, sir.
Channeling a spirit? That's quite the look of disbelief there, Your Honor.
Anyway, a few minutes after the channeling started, gunshots were heard coming from inside the room, sir. A few of the witnesses broke the door down and rushed into the room.
Ah, and that's where they found the victim was already dead, correct? And by the witnesses, we mean the defense attorney, which probably should disallow me from being able to be here, but fuck it. I believe this is one of the most open and shut cases I have ever presided over. Like, really, I should be testifying as a witness. Ah, well. Floor plans, crime scene. We don't really need to inspect that, I doubt, because it's just going to be the thing that was already on screen. We don't have much evidence. We got 2 newspaper clippings, 2 maps. The Magatama is a tool. That's not evidence, really. That's a tool for the Cyclox. We got our attorney's best. We got 2 things that don't count: 2 maps, 2 newspaper clippings, a bullet hole, and a key. On we go.
So how was the victim killed? I was about to get to that.
Stop wasting my time, then. Cause of death.
The direct cause of death was a pistol shot to the forehead, sir. The shot was fired from point-blank range. But before the victim was shot... Abdi! I was right! You were right! We were all right! He was shot and stabbed!
I knew it. I didn't know it. I totally didn't know it, but let's pretend.
But before the victim was shot, sir, he was stabbed in the chest. The wound was very severe, but not enough to cause instantaneous death. The murderer used a pistol to finish the victim off after the stabbing.
So the victim was stabbed before being shot. The interesting thing is that this bullet hole is in the wrong spot for what happened. Right? I'm pretty sure the victim was facing the door and the channeler was here face with the altar to their back. So if a bullet hole ends up in this folding screen, either she turned around and shot at nothing, or he had the gun. So the victim was stabbed before being shot. This is the victim's autopsy report, sir. After being stabbed in the chest, he was shot in the forehead at point blank. The court accepts it into evidence. Mr. Wright, you may question the witness. And there's no... I thought it might be something I could read a full page text of, but no. Okay. The direct cause of death was a pistol shot to the forehead, sir. The murder weapon, Detective Gumshoe. Whose pistol was it? It was the victim's. Ah. Well, yes. The victim? Now, why would he have... I believe that voice... like most of the objection sound effects, is from the development team. It's the only line of dialogue you can hear Franziska speak. So you have no idea if it's a German accent or not, because the objection doesn't really have any of the key... what's the word? Sounds. I don't know, what's the word? I don't know. That would be altered by a German accent. Well, I suppose, like, if it was going super stereotypical, it could be objection! But no, it isn't. Why would he have a pistol? Who cares? The point is... the point that you are missing is whose fingerprints are on that pistol. If you're not already paying attention to that, then I suggest you start. Fingerprints? There were fingerprints? Along with the victims. The defendant Maya Fays were also on that grip, sir. That's not great. The good lady has arrived? Wow, that's a hell of a way to introduce yourself, South Robin. I thought you were more humble than that. So the defendant's fingerprints were left on the murder weapon. Ah! I walked right into her hands there. The shot was fired from point-blank range. Point-blank, huh? So about how far away is that? It's anywhere between 12 to 20 inches away. And how do you know he was shot at point-blank? Mr. Phoenix Wright. I grow tired of the foolish foolery of the foolish fools of this foolish country. Excuse me? Gunpowder burn. Gunpowder burn? When something is shot from point blank, a burn area is left around the bullet hole. Gunpowder exploding is what makes a bullet fire, and it gets real hot, pal. And there were definitely some gunpowder burns left on the victim's forehead. Wow. Never knew that. Live and learn, I guess. No, South Robin, no, I did not think that. I was using my joke voice, which I thought was obvious, but nonetheless. But before the victim was shot, sir, he was stabbed in the chest. Stabbed. And what was he stabbed with? A fruit knife. That didn't look like a fruit knife. It looks like a metal knife. Why would you make a knife out of fruit? I see. And whose knife was it? It looks like it belongs to the Fays, sir. And of course, Maya Faye's fingerprints are all over it. All over it, huh? This does not look good. What will you do now, Mr. Phoenix Wright? The wound was very severe, but not enough to cause instantaneous death. How severe was the wound?
Very. If it had been half an inch more to the right, it would have hit the victim's heart. After a stab like that, it's impossible to fight back, let alone stand.
His testimony makes it sound like Maya had stabbed him with the intent to kill.
The murderer used a pistol to finish the victim off after the stabbing.
Are you sure he was stabbed first, then shot?
Yup. Sure as sure can be. One look at the wounds and you'd come to the same conclusion too, pal.
A fool is a fool who will only listen to the foolish opinions of other foolish fools. A pistol shot to the forehead at point blank is certainly enough to kill instantly. Does it matter, then, which was first? Think a little before you open that big mouth of yours, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Oh, what a pain. That is enough. We have clearly established how the victim was murdered. I brought the 2 murder weapons with me today. Very well. The court accepts them into evidence.
Pistol. Gray's murder weapon, 2 shots fired. Bears Maya and Gray's fingerprints. Knife, murder weapon, a small fruit knife belonging to the phase, bearing Maya's fingerprints. The date and time of death was June 19th at 3:15 p.m. Eyewitnesses claim to have heard 2 gunshots at this time.
And 2 murder weapons, both with the defendant's fingerprints on them, huh? This does seem like an open and shut case.
Naturally. This is going from bad to worse. As if the summary just now wasn't oversimplifying things to the extreme. Your Honor, feel free to slam that little gavel of yours. Thank you for the follow. Duck Fab? After all, there is no room left for doubt, is there?
That is quite true, Mr. Wright.
Yes?
Even in the face of all this, do you still wish to plead not guilty?
Yes.
It's the opinion of this court that if you do not adjust your plea, you stand to lose.
See? Just as I promised, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You would change your plea in less than 10 minutes.
What will you do, Mr. Wright? Will you change to justified self-defense? Because now would be the time to do so. This is your final chance.
This is a huge decision. I better think this through all the way. Nah, fuck it! If we plead justified self-defense, we would basically be confessing to murder. After the trial, Maya's life would be ruined. She'd be labeled a murderer. I can't let that happen. Your Honor?
Have you reached a conclusion, Mr. Wright?
The defense will not change its plea. We will accept nothing short of complete acquittal. You. You have sealed your fate, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Detective.
Yes, sir?
Present the final portion of your testimony. The final strike.
Yes, sir. Now see here, proceedings are run by... Ah! Oh, yes, of course. Go ahead, detective, and give your testimony.
I think the court would like to hear about the other piece of incriminating evidence.
Witness testimony. Incriminating evidence. Sorry, pal, but there's an even more incriminating piece of evidence. This is the costume the defendant was wearing at the time of the crime. As you can see, it's covered in blood. The defendant attacked and killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back. So this is the costume. There certainly is evidence of a back spray of blood on this. This piece directly links Maya Fey to the crime, sir. I see. The court accepts this into evidence. Clothes Maya was wearing at the time of the murder, there are blood splatters on it.
We don't get to see that full picture of it again, though.
All right, Mr. Wright.
Maya's fingerprints on both murder weapons. Blood splatters on her clothes. Could this situation get any worse? What's wrong? You seem to be at a loss. I think this is the last piece of testimony the prosecution should have to offer. Feel free to sulk off with your tail between your legs, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Please stop calling me by my full name. It's very disturbing.
Incriminating evidence.
Why didn't you say this in your testimony earlier?
You're kinda scary today, you know, pal? Come now, Mr. Wright, there is no need for that kind of attitude in my court. All right. Just please stop glaring at me like that.
This is the costume the defendant was wearing at the time of the crime. Brute forcing the game? Would you mean pressing everything? I mean, I don't necessarily do that to brute force. I do that to get the most dialogue out because pressing doesn't penalize you. And half the time, the most interesting shit comes out of pressing the statements that you have no reason to press. So I always do a round of that before I even consider doing evidence. But a lot of the time, it's all you need. It's weird. Like half of the testimonies in the game, you don't actually present anything. You just have to keep pressing until it's over.
This is the costume the defendant was wearing at the time of the crime.
Maya's costume.
Yep, she was wearing this when we arrested her.
Maya. She's wearing her channeling costume today, too. Is she not allowed to wear anything else? This is a visual novel. Actually, this is a video game. Everybody gets one outfit in a video game. That's it.
As you can see, it's covered in blood.
This blood on the costume.
Lab results show that it's the victim's blood. So there is blood from the victim on the defendant's clothes.
Definitely not good. So were there any other clues you could glean from this piece of evidence?
Well...
If you must change the topic, since a good detective here must testify again. But too bad. Not enough time. Let's move on.
Yes, Miss Von Karma is perfectly correct.
Now even the judge is on her side. If I bite off more than I can chew here, what should I do?
Press it!
Why is Ms. Von Karma suddenly putting up resistance? There must be a reason as to why she suddenly threw out an objection like that. There must be something about this costume. Maybe the bloodless bullet hole. I just have to look harder.
Mr. Wright, Ms. Von Karma's logic is perfect. There is no way for you to poke a hole in it.
Looks like my time is up. So about the costume. There is one little thing. Your Honor? Actually, there is something very wrong with this piece of evidence.
What? What are you talking about, pal? Where is this problem you are talking about?
I've come this far. There's no turning back now. The problem I have with this piece of evidence is here. I ask the court to please take a look at the sleeve of this costume.
The sleeve? There is a tiny hole here. A hole? But that wasn't in the report. Hold on! What is this around the hole? It smells faintly of gunpowder. Gunpowder? No one ever told me! A hole that smells of gunpowder?
Looks like I found the hole I was looking for. Your Honor, the only logical conclusion you can make is that it must be a bullet hole.
Order! 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 This is a very grave matter. It's best we correct the court record first before anything else. Sorry about that. I guess we messed up, sir.
Now we can see the full shot. How did the police miss a bullet hole? Well, you might answer your own question there. If it wasn't covered in blood, maybe they were looking for the blood. I don't know. The police are stupid. We know this. It has been accepted into evidence that the police are fuckheads. Sorry about that. I guess we messed up, sir. Is she actually smiling? I'm just gonna leave this image here. Just for a couple of you. You're welcome. Okay. What else is she hiding? Pull yourself together, detective. That tiny hole doesn't change a thing. The strength of the evidence still holds. Continue with your testimony. That just now was a fluke, nothing more. How could you say something like that? This is a huge oversight. Well, I agree it is a mistake on the part of the police. What Prosecutor Von Karma has said is true. The evidence still stands. If you do not find a more definitive problem with the evidence, then... No way! Detective Gumshoe, please continue with your testimony. Yes, sir. The defendant attacked and killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back. He wasn't fighting back? How do you know if he was or wasn't? We could find no evidence that the victim put up any sort of struggle, pal. Isn't there a bullet hole in her dress? So did the murderer have a fight with the victim or not? Depending on this, the circumstances around the murder changed drastically. Yeah, well, if only you guys had short-term memory lasting longer than 15 seconds, you could answer your own question here. We're in real trouble now. If only I had something to prove that the victim did fight back. That Von Karma. She thinks she can decide the verdict with this testimony alone. Well, I'll find a critical contradiction somehow, and then I'll have her! You'll what? Let's look at this costume again, Gumshoe. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes? Having you call me by my full name is kind of a weird feeling. You said that my client killed a person who, without a doubt, was not fighting back. God, she's 18. That is terrifying. I just feel like every single character in this game is younger than they should be. How is this dude 35? Yeah, I did. Then what, may I ask, is the bullet hole you police overlooked supposed to mean? What does it mean? Why is it that the nurse doesn't get an age, but our victim does? I think ages refer to people who were alive recently. Usually the victim of the case gets an age, because they've only been dead less than a week. But any dated corpse, of which there are many, and I like with occasionally they just opt not to. It seems to be with older women. They don't put ages down for older women because they don't do it for Wendy Oldbag and they don't do it for Morgan Fay. I'll tell you what it means. It means that the victim had fired off a shot. Is this what it means to not fight back? Ah! You're right!
It seems you are correct. If the victim had tried to shoot the defendant, then, well, that would change everything.
All right. The wind seems to be shifting. What is with that "are you finished yet" laugh? Are you finished yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Miss Von Karma?
It seems that my affair was shot at by the victim. However, that is only grounds enough to support a justified self-defense plea.
That is correct.
But I'm sure you remember, Your Honor, what the defense clearly said. They rejected justified self-defense and pleaded not guilty. Now that you...
Why, that's right.
Which means... the defense has yet to prove anything at all. No!
Well, yes, that's true.
Furthermore, just the fact that there's a bullet hole in the costume is not enough to substantiate even a plea of justified self-defense.
How so?
Ah! Don't just stand there. Hurry up and tell the court what transpired that day. With the new information we acquired added in, of course.
You mean by myself? You want me to put together the scenario all by myself? All by myself!
I'm not going to continue that, but only so that my throat lasts the next 5 hours intact.
Ah! Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
What transpired?
During the channeling, the defendant saw her chance to stab the victim in the chest. Of course, the victim used the last of his strength to fight back, sir. While the two were fighting, the victim took out his gun. The victim took a shot, but because they were too close, he missed. The defendant then picked up on the opening, took the victim's gun, and ended it. This scenario you have put together does make sense. Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Wright?
On the surface, it does seem to make sense. However, I won't give up that easily.
Please refrain from glaring at me like that. Now then, your cross-examination, please. During the channeling, the defendant saw her chance to stab the victim in the chest.
There is quite a difference in height between Dr. Gray and the defendant. Add in body strength, and it seems unlikely the defendant could have stabbed the victim.
Now that you mention it, yeah, I guess.
You think you can get away with such flimsy reasoning? Mr. Phoenix Wright! Maya Fey was in the middle of channeling, was she not? When channeling with the Kurain channeling technique, the medium physically changes. With the nurse's build, the defendant could have easily been a match for the doctor. I don't believe it. She even studied up on the Kurain channeling technique. Like I said before, I am perfect.
About what you were talking about, I didn't quite get it. Never mind. Let's continue with the testimony. Of course, the victim used the last of his strength to fight back, sir.
So he was stabbed, but the stab wound didn't kill him.
But if you think about the blood loss, he was probably hurt pretty bad.
How badly hurt would you say he was?
Actually, I went to give blood the other day, and afterward I felt a little lightheaded and dizzy. I guess the damage was maybe about 10 times the dizziness? Ah! Sorry. While the two were fighting, the victim took out his gun.
Where in the world did that pistol come from?
Looks like the victim, Dr. Gray, had specifically bought it for that day.
But a handgun?
Hey, this is America, pal. Handguns grow on trees. Wait, no, actually, this is Japan. He got it off the black market about 2 days before the murder.
Why did Dr. Gray bring a gun? Was he taking precautions against something? Also, are we in America or are we in Japan?
Well, the fact that we're all speaking English and we have English-sounding names does imply that we're in America. However, the fact that guns are difficult to get is a hard barrier to that fantasy, so I'm not sure anymore. The detective will add that statement to his testimony.
We live in California, and by that I mean Japan. Got a suit of blue, a big red tie, and hair like Gemini Man.
Right, because in a conversation between Phoenix Wright and Gumshoe, clearly he was talking about Franziska von Karma. The victim took a shot, but because they were too close, he missed.
So you're saying that the bullet hole in this costume was made then?
Sorry, pal, but yeah, that's what I think. The two of them were already fighting when a shot was fired.
I'm really glad you weren't hurt.
The defendant then picked up on the opening, took the victim's gun, and ended it.
Maya has never fired a gun before in her life.
The victim had already taken off the safety. The safety off even an amateur like you could fire it just by pulling the trigger.
Even me? I wonder. Now do you understand? Von Karma's logic is perfect. His testimony certainly makes us look very bad. But there's got to be a contradiction in there somewhere. And uncovering it is going to uncover the truth. I can feel it. I don't know what I'm looking for here.
During the challenge, the defendant saw her chance to stab the victim. The victim used the last of his strength to fight back. While they were fighting, he took out his gun. He took a shot, but because they were too close, he missed. The defendant then picked up on the opening, took the victim's gun, and ended it.
Is it something in, like, gunshot residue? Took a shot, but because they were too close, he missed.
Well, I mean, he didn't miss. He hit her sleeve. In fact, it's weird that there's a bullet hole in her sleeve and there's no blood or... Like, I know it's sort of a billowing slit. I guess the idea is that her arm was up here. So it cut under. People tab. Yeah, I always forget about that. I don't think there's anything in here to present, though. Well, the only relevant people right now are the Doctor and Maya. I present Gumshoe as evidence of incompetence. No, I mean we could be like, where'd this hole come from? But the closest I can imagine is could be pistol because 2 shots fired. But then again, he took a shot and missed, and then she shot him in the head. So I'm gonna present this here. I'm gonna save first because I don't really know what I'm suggesting here. I'm just like, my thought is that it may have something to do with the fact that it's a bloodless hole, but it is a hole nonetheless. Well, the music cut out. Missing the tiny hole on this costume will be the prosecution's undoing. Eh?
What do you mean? This little hole has actually created a huge hole in your testimony. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. You said the two of them were fighting when the victim fired his gun at point blank. If that were true, then where is the gunpowder burn on this costume? Yeah, that's kind of it. I was thinking more like he didn't really miss her if he hit her clothing, but that's true. That is an empty, like there's no black smoke here. And they didn't talk about that earlier. It worked out. Gunpowder burn? This is what you testified earlier. When something is shot from point blank, a burn area is left around the bullet hole. Oh! But there is not a single trace of gunpowder burn on this costume. That is a very good point. And what exactly does this mean? It means that when the shot was fired, they were standing apart from each other. I'm disappointed, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You think you can punch a hole in my logic with that? With wishy-washy thinking like that, anyone can explain anything away. This is kind of a mean response, Sam. That's talking to South Robin, a person who is generally fairly earnest and sincere in what she says, the way you'd reply to me. Like, not everybody recognizes the, what's the word, etymology, sort of... We're not all linguistic geniuses who can identify every stray corner of Europe. Perhaps, as you live close to a lot of those places, you would encounter such a lot better. I think South Robin is from where Singapore. There's plenty of understandable reason to like French, German, Dutch, Spanish. It's understandable to perhaps not immediately differentiate them all. Her incredibly Germanic name is a result of the localization team? Well, I mean, Von Karma came out of Manfred. Wasn't necessarily designed for Franziska specifically, but what's Franziska's Japanese name, actually? I'm curious now. I don't know what any of their Japanese names are, except for Phoenix. She is... Mei Karuma. Mei. Wow. That said, she is Franziska von Karma in the French, German, Spanish, and Italian translations. So the English localization team kind of leads the names. Japanese Manfred von Karma is Go Karuma. G-O-U. Go or Goo? I don't know. Edgeworth in Japanese is Reiji Mitsurugi. He's Miles Edgeworth in English, German, Spanish, Italian, and Dutch, but in France, and only France, Miles Edgeworth is named Benjamin Hunter, and Larry calls him Benji. Except Larry, in the French translation, is named Paul de Fez. Today I learned. Then I implore you to disprove my line of thinking. Let's see. In the middle of the fight, the victim pushed the defendant away. And it was then, when they were separated, that he fired. How was that?
As if that was even possible. According to testimony, the wound from the stabbing was very severe. The victim would not have had the strength to push the defendant very far after that.
Well, then... That's right. The defendant must have pushed the victim away. After stabbing him, she must have put some space between the doctor and herself. And then, while she was preparing to strike again, the doctor took his shot. There. That should satisfy even you.
That does make an awful lot of sense. What do you think, Mr. Wright? I must be careful. Can't afford to make a single mistake here.
Of course something doesn't make sense. There's always something that doesn't make sense.
There is a fatal flaw in her argument, Your Honor. Fatal? Flaw? Ah!
Very interesting. I would love to see where this flaw is.
Me too.
Show me something that contradicts my explanation.
There has to be a snag in her explanation somewhere. She put some distance between them before rushing to make the final blow. And when she was about to strike, the doctor took his shot. There must be a piece of evidence that contradicts this line of thinking.
Well, again, if there's 2 bullets fired, one of them has to bury itself in this folding screen. So if that's the one that went through her jacket... Do we tie these together now? This is the piece of evidence that destroys your logic.
What is that? A folding screen?
I would like to point the court's attention to the hole in this folding screen.
It looks like you already know what I'm talking about.
Oh! Where? What?
Mr. Wright, your explanation, please.
Are these two really that clueless? The bullet went through the defendant's sleeve first, then the folding screen. It passed through at a height of approximately 8 inches off the ground, which means... When the shot was fired, the defendant, was not getting ready to strike, but was actually squatting low to the ground.
Order! Order. This changes everything.
Please look at this diagram of the crime scene. The victim, Dr. Gray, was here when he fired the shot. And the bullet hit this folding screen. It hit it at this location, about 8 inches off the ground. At this time, the defendant was in this area. It should have to be over here where it is. She was standing here, near the folding screen. Wait a second! We know the defendant was close to the ground based on the height of the bullet hole. But how can you gauge the distance from that? Isn't it possible that the defendant was standing much closer to the victim? That's impossible. But why? You of all people should know the answer to that question, Ms. Von Karma. If she were shot from somewhere closer, there would be gunpowder burns present. However, there is nothing of the sort around the bullet hole of this costume. Curse you, Mr. Phoenix Wright! You!
I believe it has now been proven that the defendant was standing a ways from the victim when she was shot at. But do you think this has changed the defendant's situation?
Yes! Honestly, Your Honor, this changes everything. The prosecution has claimed that the defendant was aiming to kill by stabbing. If that were true, delivering the final strike with the knife would be ideal. However, where and what was the defendant doing at the time? Squatting all the way by the folding screen? Exactly. If Maya Fey was the real murderer, why would she be by the folding screen instead of preparing to strike?
Upon further consideration, it does make very little sense.
Yeah, I figured there had to be a reason. Figuring things out and proving the logic behind everything is your job! Alright. With this, the rest of the trial should be in the bag. Last radius of disaster. You are such a smart man, Mr. Phoenix Wright. To think that you've been able to take a completely hopeless case to this point. Now I know why Papa had a tough time with you. You amuse me. Of all the things to inherit, why did it have to be the smarmy smile? Detective. How dare you damage my perfect logic? Huh? How is all my fault? You can start repairing your standing by first removing that three-strand goatee. Oh, and rest assured, your punishment will come later. There's at least 9, 8. There's 9 strands there. Punishment? Well then, Your Honor, I think I've had all I can take of this detective's face. I think it's time to call in the next witness. Next witness? That's gotta be Lotta. Very well, the court will take a 5-minute recess. After we reconvene, we will hear from the next witness. There we are. I'm gonna take a... as soon as the music starts. There it is. I'll take a quick break to fill this, because it doesn't have enough water in it. I'll be back. a bot while I was away? Well, how am I supposed to become famous if I'm not here? Has anyone ever become famous in absentia? I don't know how that's supposed to work. Surely the bots should have some sort of thing where they check to see if the person they're trying to scam is actually at the screen. My word. Terrible, terrible, terrible. God? What do you mean, God? Phew, that was a close one. I know you were giving it your all to defend me, but I could feel the death penalty hanging in the air. I felt like I was pretty close to dying myself. It's kind of a yikes. Kind of a yikes. Oh, famous in absentia. I thought you were saying God was the bot that was around.
But you were wonderful out there. You listened carefully, made theories, and tricked everyone into believing you.
Thanks. Wait, tricked?
That must be the lawyer's secret technique, right? By the way, is the next witness who I think it is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Lotta Hart.
Oh.
Guess there's no escaping her, huh?
Remember, Nick, you promised you'd save me. If you lose, me and my sister's ghosts will come after you and haunt you. Your sister? Are you talking about Mystic Mina? Yeah, do you remember her, Pearly? My sister was a super good lawyer. She was also Nick's teacher. Oh, I didn't know that.
Courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Now, the first order of... Ow!
I don't want to hear it, old man. After I call my witness, sit there quietly and watch like a good little boy.
Yes, sir.
Bring in the photographer who witnessed the channeling. Witness, your name and occupation, if you please. Hey, Phoenix! How you doing? Just fine. Sorry about this. Didn't exactly have a choice, you know. Yowza! Name and occupation. I declare, what in tarnation? Hey, Judge, this here is violence against my fair self.
That's fine.
That's fine? That ain't fine, that's a whip! Ah! There's no need for foolish outcries from foolishly foolish fools. Just hurry up and testify about what happened on the day of the murder. I haven't even gotten to say my name and job yet. The name's Lotta Hart, paranormal photographer, and I'm here to testify.
Now, let's all be one big happy family, okay?
This is a fucking courtroom, one big happy family. Who the fuck has a trial at family
Actually. Witness's account.
Only the doc and the defendant went into the channeling chamber. We were waiting outside the door, and then bang! We heard a gunshot. Mr. Lawyer there broke the door down, and we rushed into the room. Inside was the dead victim and the defendant, waving a pistol around. I swear, other than those two, there was no one else in the room.
Did you take a picture of the scene right after the murder took place?
Reckon course.
Huh?
Excuse me? Reckon course. It's short for, you reckon? Course I did. Ah! Does it look like I care?
Von Karma, inventor of the dillygaff.
Just hurry up and show your picture to the court.
moment of truth. What will be in that picture?
Let's see here. This here's the picture.
Fuck off! It would certainly seem that only the defendant and the victim were in that room.
Are you ready, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
I will clear all doubt about Maya through this cross-examination. Bold statement, Phoenix! I look forward to seeing how the fuck we're supposed to do that. Just watch me. Okay, Jesus. Sorry for doubting you.
Only the doc and the defendant went into the channeling chamber.
Was it really only those two that went in?
What are you blabbering about? You were there too, were you not? Why don't you answer that yourself? Was it really just the two of them?
Yes. Dr. Gray and Maya were the only two that went into the room. Hold on, we can't have the defense testifying against its own client.
Anyway, folks, only the two of them went into the channeling chamber, you hear? But you knew that from the very beginning, didn't you? Fitness continue. We were waiting outside the door, and then bang, we hear this gunshot.
I don't really like having a lot of Aunt Franziska together talking back and forth, because it basically means we go from bad accent to bad accent, and there's nothing I can do except disappoint humanity. Was it really a gunshot?
Are you insane? You must have heard it as well. Why don't you testify for the court, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Was it really a gunshot?
Yes, I think it was something that sounded like a gunshot. And why are we here listening to the defense testify?
And the world becomes just a little crueler. I heard a gunshot a long time ago, so I know. And I tell you, that was a gunshot I heard. Now this is where the story heats up. Mr. Lawyer there broke the door down, and we rushed into the room.
So, let me get this straight. This Mr. Lawyer there broke the door down?
Honestly, Mr. Phoenix Wright, why don't you tell us what happened then?
Yes, Ms. Von Carver, I broke the door down, sorry. Why does this feel like an inquisition? The Inquisition! What a show! The Inquisition! Here we go. I bet you wishing that we'd go away! But the Inquisition's here and it's here to stay! Sorry.
No need for apologizing. That was great. You're a real man.
Well, thanks, Lauder. I just like to break into songs sometimes. It's a personal quirk, and I refuse to feel shame for that. The apology is more of a taking up people's time thing than a yeah. Anyway. Oh, really? That's something I would have liked to see. Well, you can't really see it. It's more of an audio thing. The judge is smiling rather openly. I'll take that as a good sign.
And? What did you see once you broke in? Inside was the dead victim and the defendant waving a pistol around.
Are you sure it was the defendant, Maya Fey?
Sure, I'm sure.
Lada seems awful confident in the testimony. Press harder! Lada, please, think back to that day one more time.
What you getting at?
Remember what you said when we broke into the room?
I was murdered.
Lada!
At a time like this? Times like this are perfect for snapping up shots. But anyway, what's going on here? This gal, is she Maya?
When you saw the murderer at that time, you couldn't even tell if it was Maya Fey or not, am I correct?
Well, you see,
Order! Miss Hart, you are here to present accurate testimony. Which is a strange idea, given they had her here last time and she presented a testimony that was about as accurate as my aim in an FPS. So, what are you expecting?
Yeah, sorry.
Good. This shifts things back to my side.
For a defense lawyer, your defense is terribly lacking, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Huh?
Witness, think back to when those two entered the channeling chamber. When they entered, one of those people that entered the chamber was Maya Fey, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. It was Maya that went in. It looks like we've come to a collective conclusion. The person in this picture is most certainly Maya Fey.
Exactly.
Rats.
And I'm trapped like one. Again.
I swear, other than those two, there was no one else in the room.
Are you absolutely certain of that?
Sure am, but that old witch chased us out of the room, so...
Old witch? Does she mean Morgan Fey?
But there was no one else in there, and you know it.
The channeling chamber was very dark, almost pitch black. Was there really no one else in there? What about... behind the folding screen?
Pew, 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 pew.
What about behind the folding screen? Did you check back there?
Wreck given.
Huh? What?
Wreck given. You know, you reckon? That's a given. I took me a good look around the room once. There ain't no way anyone was hanging out behind that folding screen.
If I may have a word with you, Miss Hart.
What? You got a problem?
Wreck given? I mean, I am having a little difficulty in understanding you. If you would stop saying such things as... Ah!
Now then, Mr. Phoenix Wright, do you see a problem with the testimony or don't you?
Just as I thought, there's nothing wrong with her testimony. I was with her, so I know she's telling the truth. Enough. What is a ute? What am I missing?
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Ah, I'm missing a sub. Thank you, Gornbush. You have a cousin Vinny? You should invite him to subscribe to my stream. It seems that there are no issues with Miss Hart's testimony.
At the time of the crime, only two people were in the channeling chamber. The victim, Dr. Turner Gray, and the defendant, Maya Fey.
The face of the defendant cannot be verified in this picture. However, if we think about the circumstances, it would have to be the defendant.
What am I gonna do? If I just let this go...
What is it, Mr. Wright?
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Really, Mr. Wright?
That 9001 gifted a tier 1 sub to South Robin. They have given 47 gift subs in the channel.
Why the fuck did it read that? Okay, apparently Stream Elements reads that. That's new. Thank you. I don't know why text-to-speech lady read the fucking... That's not a message, that's just the mechanical text. But South Robin got a gift sub there from Baza. What is it, Mr. Wright? You look as if you have something to say. If I make one wrong move, I'm gonna have the judge against me. Is there anything I can present that would prove that it is not Maya in that photo? Is this a trap? Do we have anything we can present that would prove that it is not Maya in the photo? That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant, I think. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. I don't think the bullet hole proves that that's not Maya. I don't think the key proves that that's not Maya. The working theory. The key could prove that someone else could have entered the room. Is it the key to the channeling chamber? Did we establish that? I don't think we know where this key, what this key opens. The problem with that is that I'm pretty sure Lotta or someone else or us, people were outside that room. They saw the two enter, they saw the door shut, and they saw nothing happen until the bang. I don't think someone entered the room. I think the giant fucking folding screen is there for a reason, and it's not just to catch a bullet. If someone was in there who killed him that isn't Maya Fey, where does this person come from? They come from the null space over here, the contents of which we do not know. But I don't think we have anything... There's a thing that I'm pretty sure if it was in my inventory I could use, but it isn't in my inventory. The autopsy, I don't think the gun does it, I don't think the knife does it, I don't think the outfit does it, and I don't think Lotta's photo does it. Because we're literally... we're trying to prove something against Lotta's photo. And I don't believe any profiles work either. I think this is a trap. I think this is one of those cases we're supposed to say no. So I will. But I might save first in case I get penalized. This is also, yeah, if you're not... I've said it before, the only time... Whenever I get this particular question, present or don't present, if you're not sure, hit don't present first, because if don't present is correct, you'll know straight away. But if present evidence is correct, you have to find the evidence. So if you're not sure what to present, that could kill you, trying over and over again to find the right thing. Whereas there's only one outcome for this option, so checking this option first is always the one to do it. It's just like a process of elimination, it makes more sense. Well, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor.
That's very smart of you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You really should give up trying to prove this is not Maya Fey.
I didn't say anything about giving up. I just don't have the right piece of evidence to prove my argument. That's enough!
Is this it? Is this all I could do?
I think it is quite obvious to this court that a verdict of not guilty is not possible.
I told you. Totally 100% impossible.
Miss Von Karma, do you have any further questions for this witness?
Having established the defendant's guilt, further questioning won't be needed.
What about the defense? No further questions, I presume?
I couldn't protect Maya.
Maybe we did fuck up. Maybe we're gonna have to reload.
The defense... Phoenix. Phoenix, you can't make that kind of face. A lawyer is someone who smiles, no matter how bad it gets. Mia.
And here we have Mia Fey Awkward Outfit Edition. Baza? You are not allowed. No! 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 You are not allowed. You can do that when it's Maya. Even then, it's a stretch. But no. I guess I made it just in time, wouldn't you say? But pearls. Her clothes are a bit small. Anyway, what are you waiting for, Phoenix? Let's go. But how? She's already taken away every advantage. The advantage is still in your hand. Think carefully. One more time about what you saw in the channeling chamber. Do you remember what you told me yesterday? Dr. Gray!
I was murdered.
What? Lotta, at a time like this?
Times like this are perfect for snapping up shots.
You see, there is one final piece to this puzzle. Mia, question Lotta one more time, Phoenix. I don't know if she's doing it unconsciously or on purpose, but she's not testifying truthfully. Now then, this court would like to end the cross-examination period. Please wait, Your Honor. The defense would like to request that the witness testify one more time. Overruled. I'm afraid you're too late, Mr. Wright. The cross-examination has already ended. No. No, I refuse. The cross-examination will continue. Fuck you, Judge. You're not the boss of me. Furthermore, any unrelated... Ah!
It's fine. I'll allow another testimony.
What the fuck?
Von Karma's case is perfect. Absolutely flawless. And what better time than this for you to see that?
But... I mean... I have some place I must go after this. No! All right. I'll allow it. Miss Hart, hurry and give us another testimony before she whips my balls off.
Well, heck. What am I supposed to talk about?
Please tell us once more what happened when you burst into the channeling chamber.
Okay, you got it.
See? You got through to the judge somehow, right? Well, actually, it was Von Karma's whip that got through to him.
When we broke into that room, all I could focus on was Maya.
Kriegasm, 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 Kriegasm.
Thank you for the bits.
It was, I was kind of scared of the dead body, so I didn't get a good look at it. I'm really bad when it comes to blood and ghosts and stuff, but I still managed to point my camera at Maya and take the shot.
Nothing sounds different from before. Some parts of her testimony were very vague. It's Lotta Hart. She was born vague! I should press her on those sections.
Struggle as you like, as you taste the bitterness of your defeat. Well, amuse me with your useless questions, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm waiting. When we broke into that room, all I could focus on was Maya.
So, what did she look like?
You know, she almost looked like a different person.
A different person?
She may have seemed like a different person, however, she was still Maya Fey. We have already made that point abundantly clear. In fact, if you take a look to the left of the spiky-haired lawyer, you will see an example of exactly what we are talking about, in the form of the 8-year-old with the massive breasts.
Yes, that is true. Well then, Miss Hart, did you happen to see anything else?
I was, kind of scared of the dead body, so I didn't take a good look at it.
Then perhaps that body was not Dr. Gray's at all.
Huh? Well, I reckon that's possible.
It would be fine if the goddamn channelers wore... If the outfit grew as they didn't have to dress her like that, is what I'm trying to say. It's not a terrible idea to bring Mia back in the form of Pearl. That's fine. It's, you know, Maya's not available. It's fine. But
if the body inside that room was not that of Dr. Gray, then whose body was it, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
well, what if it was that of Maya Fey after the channeling? Or maybe...
Ow! Foolish fool spouting foolish foolishness, just as I expect of a foolish fool such as you. If that was the case, then that would mean that Maya Fey is in fact dead. And that would make the defendant's chair quite a lonely place, wouldn't it?
Sorry, Maya.
Are y'all done here? Can I continue? I'm really bad when it comes to blood and ghosts and stuff.
And even knowing that, you still persist in being a paranormal photographer?
That's why I'm getting out of this here business. This gal's gonna get the dirt on the stars and be a tabloid photographer from now on.
She goes through jobs faster than a baby through diapers.
Bah! Mr. Phoenix Wright. Would it kill you to stay on topic for a change?
Well, would it, Mr. Wright?
Nice! Tag-teamed in stereo! Guess I should be grateful it's not in 5.1.
But I still managed to point my camera at Maya and take a shot.
2, right?
2 what?
2 shots. You took 2 shots.
But only one has been submitted as evidence.
Miss Hart, where's the other picture you've been withholding?
No, you got it all wrong. It's not me. I didn't mean anything bad. I know I can be a little mean, but I ain't evil.
Well, at least she knows herself.
Then why have you not shown this other picture to the court yet?
Well, ain't it obvious? That prosecutor woman told me to shut my trap about it.
What? Von Karma!
Miss Von Karma, you're hiding critical evidence?
Unforgivable, Von Karma. Suppressing evidence like this. You're as bad as your father. That's a yikes thing to say. Assault is quite a persuasive argument. A little bit. Your Honor, the defense asks that Prosecutor Von Karma be held in contempt of court.
Well, yes. No!
Me? In contempt of court? You can't be serious.
But you hid evidence from the court. On purpose. That's not fair! Phoenix, are you a lawyer or a school child? I was so angry I lost my composure.
Ms. Von Karma, would you care to explain yourself to this court?
I thought this picture was not important, and thus felt no need to submit it, that's all.
How could you think?
The pictures were more or less the same, so why bother with the second? I mean, it's just so much more trouble than it's worth for me to submit this as evidence.
More trouble than it's worth? How could you say that?
If you want to see it that badly, I'll submit it.
What is photo 2? A picture taken at the murder scene. God, how could this possibly be helpful? Man. This is, people were having questions in the first game about the mechanics of the channeling procedure. Whether we were seeing Mia, but other people weren't. Because the big issue was that Mia was standing there in court at her own murder trial, helping me out against Red White. And Red White didn't notice that the woman that he clocked in the head was part of the fucking defense team. And so it was suggested that perhaps the change in appearance isn't visible to the naked eye. Now, at face value, this photo proves that, in fact, it is visible. Because that is very definitely the face, or the eyes, of Mimi Miney. And the mouth. What is this picture?
It's obviously the second picture the witness took that day at the scene of the crime. Well, it's a little off-center, but that's what you get for the nervous amateur.
I think the important point here is the person in this picture. This is most definitely not Maya Fey. What is the meaning of this? This might be the break I was looking for. Now, should I or should I not insist that the person in this picture is not Maya? Of course it's not Maya. You can't prove that it's Maya. Your Honor, as you can plainly see, the person in the picture is not Maya Fey. Well, to be fair, Demon Dragon, Pearl was not our co-counsel as an 8-year-old. Pearl did not enter the courtroom as Pearl. Pearl was in the lobby as Pearl. Pearl did not show up in the courtroom until she was Mia. So in this case, it's actually perfectly fine. Where it's weird is where Maya swaps in and out of Mia form while being present for everybody. Yes, I see that. It's not just her face, her whole body has taken on a different appearance. You're looking at the tits, aren't you, Judge? I didn't say that. There is only one conclusion that can be drawn, then. Somehow this other person snuck in and traded places with the defendant. Order! Order, order! Well, yes, I believe you are correct, Mr. Wright. The person who was inside the channeling chamber was not Maya Fey. Mia, we did it. You're too soft. Huh? You're softer than Aunt Morgan's strawberry desserts, Phoenix. Take a look at Prosecutor Von Karma's face. She's smiling?
I think you had better continue to worry, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Miss Von Karma? What do you mean by that?
Your Honor, I would like for you to take a look at this picture.
Ha! Leaving aside the question of how that photo comes to be from the angle at which it was taken. Fuck you! But there you go. That is incontrovertible proof, because that's very definitely Maya channeling Mia, and this is a photo taken of the physical changes to the body. So that's the question answered. Fine. Fucking. What's the word? Unremovable ink. What's the permanent marker? Jesus. Also, a photo like that breaks attorney-client privilege. Man, well, I mean, I didn't take it. It's behind my shoulder. What happens to them when they channel a dude? I don't think that's polite to ask. Hang on, I need to find my spine. There we are. This was taken yesterday at the detention center's visitors room. This is Mr. Phoenix Wright and the defendant Maya Fey during his visit.
Maya Fey? But isn't this a totally different person?
She looks this way because she is obviously in the middle of channeling a spirit. That spirit right there with the titties.
It's unbelievable that she could...
Yet it is the truth. When Maya Fey is in that state, she physically changes into the person she's calling. Ms. Von Karma. A word, if I may.
Mia?
Taking pictures of someone during a private visit is illegal. Surely, you must know that picture can't be submitted as evidence. Obviously, I know this picture is illegal. But I never intended to submit it as evidence in the first place. What is she? From the moment I showed this picture to the court, this case became all mine. After all, this image has now been forever burned into the judge's mind. I don't even have a single witty line. It looks like we've been had.
I don't claim to understand this, and I still cannot believe it. Are you saying that this person is the defendant, Maya Fey?
If I give up here, the trial will end. But if I slip up and say something wrong, it will cost me. Is there any way I can prove that the person in this picture is not Maya?
What was the thing said about the blood? It does look kind of similar. It's not quite right, though, is it? It doesn't drip down here quite so far. Although this is just the jacket, and that's... Is that the jacket? I guess it has to be. It's gotta be the costume. Oh! No, duh, fuck the blood. There's no hole! There's no bullet on hers! Where's the hole? I can't find the hole! I've been searching and searching, but I can't find the hole! I can prove it. Your Honor. Oh, the fire has returned to your eyes, I see. This picture? Within this picture lies a critical contradiction to all the testimony up until now. A contradiction?
So, do you think you've spotted the problem with this picture? Then earn your keep. Why don't you point out exactly what is so strange in this picture to the court?
Sleeve! Please direct your attention here. To the sleeve? But there isn't anything odd about it. And that is exactly what is so odd. Something that should be there is suddenly missing.
Should it be there?
There was a bullet hole in the sleeve of the defendant's costume. If that's the case, then it should be in this picture as well. Miss Von Karma, you intended to hide this valuable piece of evidence. You will most certainly be assigned a penalty for this. All right. This should do some major damage to her argument. Don't celebrate yet.
You like to bring the mood down, don't you?
You were a lot peppier in the last game.
Take a look at Miss Von Karma's face.
She's got that condescending grin plastered all over her face again. That's not a condescending grin. I don't know. This one sprite in particular, it doesn't feel... Well, I guess it is condescending. It... This is her dungeon grin. Also, it's not a grin. A grin shows teeth. This is a smirk.
Jumping the gun again, I see.
Your Honor,
I would like to extend an apology on behalf of those incompetent fools.
what do you mean? And what incompetent fools?
If those fools down at the precinct hadn't missed the bullet hole, I would have gotten the report about it. As I didn't, I could not have known that this picture was of any value to the case.
I see. She's lying through her teeth, a little demon, I know it. That woman knew about everything. The bullet hole, the picture, everything.
But you can't prove that. Franziska von Karma's idea of a perfect case is quite fascinating, don't you think?
Your Honor, you need not worry. If you must assign a penalty, I'll personally make sure that detective gets what's coming. I'm sure there will be a great gnashing of teeth at this next salary discussion.
Or gumshoe.
In any case, this is a very big problem. When the defendant was taken into custody, her costume had a bullet hole in its sleeve. However, from this photo, it would appear that right after the shooting, with the man lying in a pool of blood, dead, there was none.
The judge is confused by this strange twist of events. This is your chance, Phoenix. Load all you've got into this one shot, all right?
Look. If you had one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you thought you knew about this case in one moment, would you capture it or let it slip? Got it! Shooting my load! Watch this, Maya. No! Wait! Ah! Why? Why did I have to? Okay, look. Your Honor! There is only one logical explanation for the contradiction. Well, the picture isn't a fake. We were there when it was shot. The bullet hole was made later. Doesn't make a lot of sense. The shooter is someone else. if an imposter hides behind the folding screen, comes out and takes Maya's place, perhaps the bullet in the folding screen then entered Maya's jacket behind the folding screen. The shooter is someone else. The defendant's sleeve had a bullet hole in it. However, this person's clearly does not. There can be only one explanation. Highlander rules, but for explanations. The person who shot Dr. Gray was not the defendant, but a different person altogether. What?
Order! 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 If order is not restored, I will suspend this trial.
Ah! Ah! Why me? The defense's argument is a complete mess.
A complete mess? I fail to see how. Please, enlighten us.
Hey, fitness! Ah! What the heck? Is there any way to ask a gal for a favor? Be quiet, you! You were the one who said if it's only the two of them when you enter the room. Well, you know, if you were lying, I swear that my whip will be the last thing you see. Look, sis, you're looking mighty scary, so why don't we say you... I swear, I wasn't lying or nothing. There wasn't anyone else in there, honest. You see. Now riddle me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Where did the defendant vanish to? And where does this other woman appear from?
Why is it lately all I want to do is cry?
Well, if the person in this picture is not the defendant, then this poses two very big questions. First, where did the defendant vanish to? And second, where did this person come from?
That's right. Now hurry up and answer, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Come on, you can't fall apart here, Phoenix Wright. I can't believe that even Mia's calling me by my full name. But, I mean, how am I supposed to prove something like this?
Had enough yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Or do you think you have enough in you to turn things around even now?
To turn things around? That's right. Mia would always turn things around and change her perspective. Phoenix? So where did this intruder appear from? And where did Maya disappear to? I need to look at the situation from a different angle. Let's see. What if before we broke in, the third person was already in the room? And what if Maya had left that room somehow? If I could prove that either one of those conditions were true.
Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've come up with.
I think what happened before we forced our way into the channeling chamber is...
something I can't explain yet.
Before we forced our way into the channeling chamber, a third person had entered it, or Maya had left. Well, my go-to is that someone was hiding in there, behind the folding screen, waiting for them to enter, and then they sprung. And so Maya was then knocked out, disposed of behind the folding screen. I don't know when Maya leaves, though. Maya could have still been in there behind the folding screen when we burst in. So I'd say a third person entered it. Your Honor, I would like to present some evidence. I have proof that there was someone else in the room before the murder took place. Do I? Yeah, they were behind the folding screen. Please take a good look at this.
Okay.
I've already seen it.
Thank you.
And what is the purpose of this item?
Damn it, it's being vague.
Don't you see, Your Honor? I don't think you see what you are doing.
I think that it is the court that should be sighing at you, Mr. Wright.
Ouch, that stung. Present another piece, think it over again. But what else is it? Like, it's gotta be that someone was behind here. But the floor plans don't help that. Got nothing to do with the newspaper clippings. I still don't know what the key is for, but... it would be really awkward to just throw that in right now. Like, we suggest, here's the key to the room, therefore someone got through the room. Like, it's not tied to anything. I don't have anything else. Does it have to be behind the folding screen? Who gave me the key? Fucking Pearl, I think. She had it in her hand. Did Pearl sneak in? I'm gonna present this, see what happens. Nothing. Nothing fucking happens. I get hurt again. Sure is a good thing we've managed to dodge fingerprint evidence. Yeah, if the pistol only has Maya and Gray's fingerprints, that's... If it somehow turns out to have been a possessed Pearl doing a murder... I don't think they're gonna send an 8-year-old to the prison. That would be a bit of a wow, but... you don't really see anything behind the folding screen there. Or there. I have a guide, I could check that. Yeah, I don't know what else to do from here. Could he have shot himself and Mia picked the gun up? Well, it probably wasn't Mia. Of all three of the Fae women, it's probably least likely to be Mia at this point. 4 Fae women, I guess there's the old lady as well. Yeah, I'm looking it up, but I don't know. The answer isn't clear to me. Because I've presented the 2 things that I think are relevant. Ha! Apparently it isn't. The problem is that we hit the wrong button first. It is the key. But we have to suggest that Maya left the room, not that a third person came in. I have no idea why. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I think the way I'm going about this is all wrong. I have to start over and try to think about things in a different manner. Maya has left the room. That's what happened. Let's pretend that makes sense to me. Maya had left the channeling chamber at some point. Because I don't think... she needs to get shot. That's the... I don't know. And the defense can prove this.
Oh, how a foolish fool makes a foolish face while dreaming foolishly foolish dreams. Maya Faye was being looked after by her aunt, Morgan Faye.
Yes, because aunts and uncles are always trustworthy in these sorts of situations.
The chances of her leaving the crime scene is lower than that detective's salary.
Anyway, let's see some evidence. Prove that from the murder until the time of arrest, the defendant had left the room. And it's the key. Miss Hart, do you remember this key?
Well, I've seen it. Hey, that's the channeling chamber key, right? Before the channeling started, Maya locked the door from the inside with that. The defendant herself locked the door? Yeah, that's why we all couldn't get the door open. That key's the only one of its kind, after all.
Oh. One of a kind, you say?
Wait. Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Yes? Looks like she's catching on.
I'm afraid to ask, but... why is that key currently in your possession?
What do you mean?
If Maya Fey locked herself in, then the key should have been with her.
Yes, agreed.
However, she did not have the key at the time of her arrest.
Well, ain't that a kick? So how come you're holding it?
I got this as a present from a certain little girl. And that little girl was nowhere near the crime scene at the time.
That's preposterous.
This means that Maya Fey must have left the room. If she had not, then I would not be holding this key you see before you. I have no idea how you're supposed to get to that at all.
No!
It seems we have come to an impasse. This picture has clearly captured the face of the murderer. However, is this person the defendant or not? The defense is arguing that this person is not the defendant. Furthermore, as proof, this key has been submitted as evidence. Ms. von Karma.
How can this be?
At this point in time, a verdict on the defendant's guilt is not possible.
My perfect case! How is there a flaw in my perfect case? Don't think you've won just yet, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I am a prodigy. I've never lost a case. And I don't intend to lose here in this courtroom to a fool like you. I don't care what I have to do. I will get my guilty verdict.
That's enough! If you would like to continue, do so in the lobby. Court will reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Wow! That was you, Pearly? You summoned my sis? Yes. I felt I had no choice. Great going, Pearly. I knew you were special. Hey, Nick, did you know?
Yeah, it's not like anyone else in there could have done that.
Nick? I know you're trying really hard and all, but I really don't remember ever leaving that room. And I don't think that a third person could have gone into that room.
Yeah. Well, at least we have until tomorrow to figure things out. Like what happened in that room, for instance.
Yeah,
I'm counting on you.
I envy the two of you. Oh, by the way, Nick, do you think you could take Pearly back home for me?
Sure. All right, Pearls, ready to go buy some tickets?
Huh? A ticket?
Poor thing. So sheltered. Well, it's better than running all the way back into the mountains. "3:24 p.m. Crane Village."
Thank you very much for bringing me home, Mr. Nick.
You're welcome. I had to come and look at a few things here today anyway. It's impressive she got to the courtroom in time. Yeah, they sort of hand wave it. I don't know how that all worked. And the birds are back. Guess who's back? Back again. Birds are back. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
I thought about this a little. If Mystic Maya didn't kill that nice man...
She definitely didn't.
Yes, of course. But if she didn't, then someone else did, right? That murderer person.
Yes, Pearls.
Oh, I see.
Wonder what's wrong. She seems sad. She channeled a long-distance runner. What an absolutely valid use of her sacred abilities. Hold still while I summon up the ghost of Usain Bolt. But he's not dead. I don't care. Also, isn't he a sprinter? Shut up! I don't know sports people. I don't think there's going to be anything new on these, but... click on them all just in case. So what did you think of seeing your first trial?
I was really surprised. I had never seen so many people before.
Oh.
And Mystic Maya looked so small and helpless.
Well, Maya's already naturally short, so...
And then that snobby woman with the ruffly clothes.
Roughly... Oh, she means Franziska.
She had such a bad attitude. She acted like she had already decided that Mystic Maya did it. I am going to tell her what I think of her tomorrow.
I wouldn't miss tomorrow's trial for the world.
Why was that woman bullying Mystic Maya?
Well, she's the opposite of a lawyer, a prosecutor, so her job is to prove people guilty. They don't care if someone's innocent, all they care about is if they win.
That's terrible! But she's really a good prosecutor with a heart on the inside, right?
Yeah, so the murderer person is either a fae with black hair who can transform into the dead nurse. Basically, the murderer is someone who can look an awful lot like the dead nurse. There's no one like that. All prosecutors are the same. Well, he might have become a good guy. Eventually.
He? Who are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Is it that person Mr. Mystic Maya was talking about? Mr. Edgeworth?
That was a long time ago. He's not around anymore. He's buried in my backyard.
Huh?
He clutched onto his foolish pride too fiercely and died for it. Wait! I forgot they did this. Okay, look, considering I've already told you multiple times about the fact that Edgeworth has 2 video games of his own, I'm not gonna pretend to fucking honor this particular stupid-ass plot point, but...
Oh. That's too bad.
By the way...
Yes? What is it?
You wouldn't happen to know anything about who this murderer is, would you?
But why are you asking me?
No, I was just thinking earlier.
I didn't see anything.
If Maya was channeling Edgeworth, then Edgeworth would be wearing Maya's outfit. She didn't see anything, huh? Speaking of that, during the murder... Where was Pearls, and what was she doing? And on top of that, this key. Just when did she pick this up? I just realized that I never asked you what you were doing at the time of the crime.
Huh?
Pearls, where were you and what were you doing when the murder happened?
Oh!
Hmm?
I was doing? I was stabbing and shooting that guy.
No.
I wasn't doing anything.
She is really bad at lying. Yeah, of course she is. She's a child.
You can whisper it to me. I won't tell anyone else, I promise.
Ah, fuck. Ah!
I guess you can see through my lie, huh?
Yeah, remember when you literally taught me how to pierce through people's... Yeah. 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 Clearly.
I can't lie to you, can I, Mr. Nick?
But I still have to break your brain lock. Alright, fine. Let's do a round of profiles. How do you not know who the victim is? You were at the trial. Okay. I can't remember if I've read this before, so I'm gonna read it now.
I look up to Mystic Maya a lot. She's my role model. She's so smart and pretty and kind and loving. She's always cheerful, never gets sick, isn't picky, and has good sleeping habits. She always wakes up before me and always eats breakfast before me too. And she has you, such a wonderful person with whom she can share a lot.
Ah! Okay, I get the idea.
I knew her for a little while. Mystic Mia was your teacher, right? I'm sure she was a great master of lawyers.
Master of lawyers? Yeah, Pearl comes from the Barry Burton School of Naming Conventions. It's not exactly a martial art.
You should keep training, Mr. Nick.
Yeah, you're probably right.
To tell you the truth, I really want to grow my hair out, just like Mystic Maya, but my mother wouldn't let me.
I think your hair now suits you perfectly.
Really? Thank you. Oh, it's my mother. She takes really good care of me and loves me very much. She says I'm the pride of the Branch family, but I don't know what that means.
Surely you have something to say about Franziska.
This person! I can't let her get away with bullying Mystic Maya like that. I'm going to cast a curse on her.
Can spirit mediums really do that?
Actually no. I guess not. I have to find something I can do then.
When they're mad, the women of the Fae family could give Medusa a run for her money. About this key, Pearls. You found it on the day of the murder, right?
Yes.
Now, where you found this key is very important. So, please tell me, Pearls, where did you find this?
I found it in the incinerator.
The incinerator? Is she talking about the one in the garden?
The door on it was a little open, so I took a peek.
When was that?
It was after the channeling, when everyone was in a panic. Mr. Nick?
Yes?
Are you going to tell my mother?
Huh? You mean tell Morgan what you did?
Yeah, if she finds out that I was playing in the leftover trash, I'll get a spanking.
Ah, gotcha. Well, let's keep it a secret from her then, alright? Incinerator, huh? Sounds like a good place to search next. Hey, Pearl, what do you think of this photo of a murder scene? On second thought, showing her this picture might cause severe trauma. How about this blood-stained outfit?
That's Mystic Maya's!
Ah! I shouldn't have shown her something this violent.
Is that... blood?
It's nothing, really. Just forget you ever saw this, okay? What was I thinking? I can't show stuff like this to a child. Anyway, here's a knife.
I've seen this knife before.
Really? Where?
My kitchen.
Oh, that's right. This knife belongs to the face.
I'll skin and cut up some apples for you later, Mr. Nick.
Okay, thanks. Anyway, here's a gun. She gets the default answer for the gun? For the gun. It's a gun. Okay. Before we do Karain, let's just go back to the office. And to the detention center. This case has had me out of the office most of the time. I can come back tomorrow. Helping Maya should be my top priority now. It's now 5:24 because a 2-hour train ride. Maya must still be in questioning. She'll probably be done in a little bit, so I'll come back later. Well, in that case, let's just advance it to the next day, shall we? Damn it. It turns out this is a land of perpetual sunshine. But there we go. By this many train trips, it should be time for the next trial. It would be hilarious if you could skip the investigation by doing that. And then just immediately fail the trial because you have no evidence. Meditation room. It's really empty. Training was supposed to be held today, but I guess it's already over. A piece of cloth with a ton of finely written characters jammed onto it. 100 ways to save money. Wait, hang on, I'm gonna read that again. A door that leads to the channeling chamber, the place where spirits and people meet. The iron in this door was tempered, making it very solid. But I guess it wasn't strong enough to withstand the Phoenix! Right. No one in here. We can either go to the Winding Way or the channeling chamber. Let's check out that murder scene. Looks like Morgan's here too, but she hasn't noticed me yet. What is she doing? Looks like she's talking to a picture. Oh yeah! Nothing sus about that face.
Don't you see? Take a look around. Finally, my chance has come. I've waited for this day for so long. That's right. Prepare yourself, dear Misty.
What in the... Who's there?
Oh, if it isn't Mr. Wright.
Just curious, but that picture you were just looking at...
Oh, today was that event, was it not, good sir? I heard you did well.
Yeah, thank you.
I am terribly sorry I could not attend the trial today. I was busy covering up my crimes. Please accept my apology. I had a previous engagement, as I had to watch over the trainees' training today.
I get the sense she doesn't really want to talk about the picture. You could always tryst someone named Morgan Fay. I would recommend against that. If there was ever a name that you should not be having a tryst with, it is Morgan and Fay. No. Nah, haha.
All because the Master can't be here with us, you understand. And that is why a lowly branch family member such as myself must do this.
This folding screen is really showing its age. All of its edges are a bit tattered. The lettering is fading too, but I think I recognize a few of the characters on here. Terrain. Empty space behind the folding screens, completely dark. There wasn't anyone back here at the time of the murder, or that's what Lotta testified in court. I knew I should have taken a look. I can always count on Lotta to make things hard. Wait, whoa, what? Phoenix! Phoenix! Even in the sanctity of your own inner voice. Phrasing! Have you remembered anything about the murder?
No, I told you everything I know already.
Were you in this room the whole time Lotta and I went to call the police?
Yes, of course. I was by Mystic Maya's side the entire time. I performed the spirit-severing technique and held her in my arms afterward.
Yeah, you said that yesterday as well. Did anything else happen?
I would like to say more did, however that is all that occurred.
I was really hoping for some new info.
I suppose nothing happened in the end, good sir. Sorry to have played on your hopes.
Could you possibly be more patronizing? So do the students train every day?
Yes, absolutely. They were given a day off the day after the murder, of course. However...
And I assume both Maya and Pearls went through this training?
Mr. Wright!
Yes. God, she got real scary real fast.
How many times must I tell you before you understand, good sir? They are to be addressed as Mystic Maya and Mystic Pearl.
Sorry, I meant Mystic Maya and Mystic Pearl. Wait, I'm sorry, but Mystic Pearl? Isn't that going a bit too far?
Next question, please.
Oh man, she's really being a pain in the ass about this.
Please remember to watch not only what you say, but how you say it, good sir.
So the Master is, Maya's mother, right?
Mystic Misty. She is a brilliant medium.
And where is she now?
We are not sure.
Not sure?
About 16 or 17 years ago, Mystic Misty failed channeling a certain spirit. And after that, she simply disappeared. I don't believe she will return to this village, in any case. And in 4 years' time, her name will be forever erased from this village.
Erased?
A person who has been away from the village for over 20 years is considered dead.
Oh, I see.
And that is 4 years from now for her. When that happens, a new master will be appointed to Kurain village.
And
Mystic Maya was supposed to become the next master. However, with this murder, I'm afraid...
I must be imagining things, but I thought she was laughing to herself for a second there. Let's see what you think of the photos. About this person.
Oh, it is that man, is it not? A man who wishes to borrow a departed spirit's power to hide the lack of his own. What an insignificant man. And see how pitifully he died.
Insignificant?
That would mean you are that man's insignificant little friend, dear sir.
And I guess that makes Maya my insignificant little assistant, huh?
Good sir! Yes? When did you take a hidden picture picture of Mystic Maya.
What? Wait, it's not like that at all.
It is unforgivable.
Ow, ow, ow! Why did she slap me?
Oh my. I think I may know of this person from somewhere.
It's Mia. You know, Maya's older sister? Your niece?
Ah! Yes, that is who she is.
How could you forget a daughter of the Master?
If memory serves, she became a lawyer. Oh, how splendid for her, don't you think?
That soft, kind smile. It's the kind that tells you a pair of devil horns are not too far away.
I am terribly sorry, but I am afraid my spiritual powers are not as strong as you might think. I really am terribly sorry. Come to think of it, I don't believe I have seen my child today. Would you happen to know where she is, good sir?
No, I wouldn't.
Honestly, take one day off from training and it is nigh impossible to make it up.
Nay, impossible.
Good sir, I pray you are not teaching her strange, fiendish things in her time off.
Oh boy, here comes her anger, and we were having such a civil conversation, too.
Being born as one of the Fey family, but of weak spiritual power, it makes the people of this village look down upon you, you know.
I didn't know that.
But I will be all right, as long as I have Pearl. I am satisfied because I have my Pearl.
Okay then, Dragon Lady. No one else.
That is Mystic Maya's costume, isn't it? It's a shame. I never thought anything like that would happen to her.
But we don't know that it was Maya that did it.
Oh, poor Mystic Maya.
Do you ever listen to anyone other than yourself?
No. That is Mystic Maya before I applied the spirit severing technique. This picture, it was taken without my express permission. I knew allowing a person like her from the Heartland into our country was a bad idea.
You do realize that the Heartland is a part of this country, right? Nothing on the knife. Nothing on the gun. Nothing on the autopsy. Nothing on the map.
This is the key to this room.
That's right.
But why do you have it, good sir?
That I'm not telling.
Return it at once.
I can't. It's evidence, after all. I think she knows exactly how important this key is to the murder. But what is this feeling I'm... Oops. What is this feeling I'm getting from her? It feels... Huh. I can't describe it.
There are 6 parts to the Kurain's sacred writings. To think that this valued treasure of our village and Mystic Maya were both shot by a gun.
Well, that's...
Even if it was something that occurred during a channeling, it is an unforgivable act.
Yeah. For once it went okay. For once it went fine, because we still need the key for something later, so they can't take it from us and get us punched in the head. Hey, there's someone by the incinerator. Well, it's not Morgan. It's not Pearl. It's not Maya. Could be Gumshoe. Could be Eenie Miney. Could be a lot of heart. Ooh, looks like they've noticed me. And are now running at top speed towards me. I don't picture Eenie Miney doing that. I do picture a lot of heart. And I do picture Gumshoe. It's a lot of heart or it's Gumshoe. Fuck! Stop looking so smug!
Oh, hey. Like, you're that dentist guy.
Actually, it's Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Nice to see you again.
Ooh, like, real suave. So it's, like, my turn? It's nice to, like, see you too.
So what's up? You're all out of breath.
Like, huh? Oh, like, you mean... Like, I'm just totally happy and, like, totally excited to be here.
Excited?
Like, I mean, there are so many things to, like, see. It's, like, the real deal here.
Oh, really? For example?
For example, like, that urn over there. Do you, like, know about it?
All I see is an old cracked piece of pottery.
Right.
Let's look at things, and then we will talk to the moron. That's the side room. Looks like guests can use it as a place to take a break when they feel tired. It's a really old urn. There are the ashes of a person long dead inside. Looks like someone with a long history. Other than that, it's not very interesting, so time to move on. Who the fuck was put in that urn, though? It's giant! Is this the remains of Andre the Giant? A splendid garden with a small lamp and traditional decorations. It's a bit small to walk around in. Although that incinerator piques my curiosity. Yeah, it appears to have the remnants of a fucking channeler's costume in it. That's right. Pearl said she found this key inside the incinerator.
I was, like, totally not destroying evidence. Like, don't notice the fact that there's clearly an outfit that the murderer was wearing sticking out of the incinerator that I was just busying myself with. Like, that is totally not what I was doing. I just happened to be in the area.
I guess I should take a look inside for myself.
This is from Maya's costume. There's blood on it. A tiny bit, but still.
Cloth scrap, baby, cloth scrap. Cloth scrap. Burnt to crap. Unburnt remains found inside the garden incinerator. Small amount of blood. So someone tried to burn this. And this key was also found in there. I get the feeling this incinerator played a crucial part in this murder. Did I present all the profiles to her? I think I did.
That's Morgan Fay. Like, she's been totally helpful.
Did she just bow to the picture?
Yeah.
Can't remember what she said about her sister, though.
Bullshit!
We've established that it's her sister. We talked to her about it being her sister, and we get the default response? What do you know about your sister?
I'm like, sorry, but it's totally, like, time for my nap.
God, she's even got me yawning.
And I, like, totally don't care about that person anyway. Even though we're related. And she's dead.
Fuck it. Sacred urn. Is there some sort of legend? Is there some sort of legend connected with that urn?
Like, yeah, it's like this village's treasure.
Why does it say I am? Huh. Didn't know that.
And, like, it's sealed inside that arm.
Sealed? Yeah, looks really airtight. It's... What are you talking about?
Like, you know, whatever. Army phase spirit.
Amy? Faye? Who's that?
Like, geez, Mr. Smith, get with the program. Everyone knows the lady that founded the Karain channeling technique was Mystic Amy.
You don't have to get upset with me.
So, like, as long as her spirit, like, lives in that arm, the spiritual power of the Fae family will stick around. Like, isn't that totally romantic?
Romantic. Huh. If that urn is really as important as she says, it could be a vital clue. Edie, I want to ask you about the murder.
Murder?
Dr. Gray's, remember? God, as if there's another one.
Oh, that one. Like, you should have said so in the first place. I witness, like, 3 murders a week. To be fair, I do commit them. But, like, I'm a witness because I get away with that. So, like, I totally don't know anything because I was, like, sleeping in the side room where nobody was looking at me. Therefore, my alibi is bullshit.
Well, that's not much help. Did you notice anything at all?
Like, come on. What a total bore. I, like, totally have nothing to do with this, like, murder thing.
Oh, yeah, you only introduced Dr. Gray to Karain Village. No relation, sure. You're only the sister of the fucking ghost that's... Like, we don't know, at no point has it ever been suggested that anyone other than Miney killed him, right? Like, that is the spirit that was summoned. Under the prosecution's argument, Maya Faye's body killed him with her intent. The motive comes from her. So no, of course her sister doesn't have anything to do with this. Even if you were only acquaintances, that still means you knew him. Furthermore, your sister, who died in that accident, was a nurse at his clinic. Alright then, why don't you tell me about your sister's fatal accident?
Like, why? You think, like, it's got something to, like, do with the murder?
I don't know yet, but I'm trying to chase down every lead I can. Oh, fuck off. Cyclops?
Like, Cyclops? Who? Isn't he one of, like, the X-Men?
No, it's not what I said. Ugh, damn it.
Oh, Psylocke. That's an X-Man too, right?
This fucking girl. Looks like I'm gonna need something to pry her mouth open on this one. It was an in-joke to how it was brought up last week, Snip. I'm sorry that my every quip does not pass your reality check.
Like, I'm really sorry, but... And I know, like, you totally had your heart set on it, but I can't, like, take this.
What? Have a knife. Blow, 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 blow. But yeah, we'll leave the locks alone for now, because pretty much never in this game do you unlock a lock as soon as you find it. Anything more from this urn? Yes, it's lit back up again. So there's a spirit in this urn, huh? All I see are a bunch of cracks. But I guess maybe the spirit could live in the space between the cracks. Looks like something's written on it. I am? Huh. Weird. Amy Faye's spirit is sealed within. It is chipped and cracked all over. The bedding is all laid out today, too. Guess I'll leave them alone for now. They really should, like, flatten this, because this is meant to denote that Eni is sleeping there the first time you visit it. Excuse me. Who am I talking to? There's no one there. See? Exactly. They should flatten it. I keep wondering about this box. I'm sure this wasn't here before the murder took place. It looks like a box for storing clothes, but it's pretty big for just clothes. It's mostly empty, but a few folded pieces of channeling costumes sit at the bottom.
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Mew, you were here before 4 in the morning. Are you okay? I mean, hello, my dear. It's good to see you. You just missed Eeny Miny. About the accident, Eeny.
Like, you're totally not gonna give up, are you?
No, I'm not.
I totally want to forget about my sister, you know? Time to move on and all that.
Guess I have no choice but to remove these locks. We have a magic brain fucker now that opens locks inside people's mind in order to make them talk about things they'd rather us not... they'd rather us shut up about. Where am I going now? I've been everywhere. I have been everywhere, man. I don't want to talk to Morgan if I can avoid it. Not really anything new from Pearl, but we could ask her about the new things.
I'm sure it is helpful to you in some way, but I'm still in training, so I don't know anything about it.
Wait, what do you mean you don't... Bullshit! You don't know anything about this urn. It's got your fucking great super grandma in it. She's like the important... She's even got a profile! Oh my god, that is the scariest... Why doesn't she have eyes? Right, if I present this to you and you have nothing to say, I will... eat my evidence log. Karain channeling technique founder. Legend says her soul is sealed in the sacred urn.
I'm sorry, I don't know who this person is.
You are a failure, Pearl! You are a failure! You are a sad, pathetic excuse for an 8-year-old, and you should spend the rest of your life ruminating on that fact. Sorry, that was rude. I don't mean it. Nowhere new at the office. Detention center.
Hey, Nick. I've been waiting.
She looks so helpless.
So, how was it? What did you find out?
Well... I found a few things.
Is it so bad that you can't even look me in the eye?
I just need a little more time. It'll all come together by tomorrow, I promise.
I'm sorry, Nick. Every time I see you, all I do is cause trouble.
So, our best friend Maya has been accused of murder yet again. For Mew's benefit, because you don't follow every single step of this game. She's been accused of murder again, and this time they've literally got her supposedly stabbing someone in a locked room that only her and the victim were in. Stabbing and shooting. But she didn't do it. So how was it? Today's trial, I mean.
You were fantastic, Nick. Every time I thought our goose was cooked, you managed to turn it all around. I bet it would make a great Hollywood movie.
Don't be silly. We have to concentrate on the trial. We're gonna win this, Maya.
Thanks a lot. Really. Hey, Nick? The person who shot Dr. Gray wasn't me, was it? Of course not. You're completely innocent. If that were true, then I'd be really happy, but... There wasn't anyone else in that room with the two of us, right?
Well, did you check behind the folding screen?
I took a quick glance, but there wasn't anyone there.
That's exactly what Lotta said, too.
Nick?
Yeah?
Why do you believe in me? Why do you think I didn't kill Dr. Gray?
Because of something Mia told me.
My sis? What did she tell you?
She said that spirit mediums can't have dreams. When you're channeling, it's impossible for you to dream because your soul leaves you.
Now that you mention it... Wait, then. Then... I really am?
You are not the real murderer. I think that maybe before you even called the spirit, you were drugged.
Drugged?
I think this was planned from the very beginning. And you were set up to take the blame for killing Dr. Gray.
That's...
I want to ask you something about Pearls.
Pearly? What about her?
No matter what I try, she won't answer me. I want to know what she was doing at the time of the murder.
Huh? Wait! Nick! You don't think she did it, do you?
No, nothing like that.
She'd never do anything like that, you hear me? Never! She's a great kid, and really cute, and really great, and cute.
I didn't really think she was the murderer. But she's definitely hiding something. You were with her on that day, right?
Yeah, the two of us. We were playing with her ball.
A ball, huh? Sounds like a dead end to me. Ball! So about this ball.
It's nothing really special. Just a plain old ball. I think she was still playing with it when I started the channeling job that day. Pearly really loves to play with that ball.
She loves to play with that ball, huh?
When she wants to get it, she always climbs right into the clothing box.
Clothing box?
Yeah. Pearly's always hiding in there. You know the side room? There's a clothing box in there. It's really big, so once you see it, I'm sure you'll know what I'm talking about.
Clothing box in the side room, huh? Let's show you some faces.
Mystic Amy. She's a legendary spirit medium.
An LSM?
I like the way that word sounds. Legendary. Ever since I was young, I've dreamed of being a legend.
Well, this murder will make you into a legend, all right. I probably shouldn't say that last thought out loud. What do you think of Franny?
So she's Prosecutor Von Karma's daughter, huh?
Looks like it.
Well then. She'd know about that person, right?
That person? Is she talking about him? It's alright, we don't need to talk about that right now.
That's a lot of heart, right?
That girl is still after the next sensational photo.
I guess some things never change.
She doesn't know the Mineys.
I can't face my aunt right now. Not now that this has happened.
It's alright, Maya. I'm sure she understands. She's on our side, after all. What the fuck, Phoenix? Have you paid no attention? She's the evilest evil who ever eviled! Dr. Evil is less evil than this woman!
Yeah, I know. But still. Pearly. She definitely has more than me.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Who I think the next master should be. I mean, she's got more spiritual power than me. And she really works hard at her training.
Way to go, Phoenix. Way to bring the mood down even further.
I felt terrible during the questioning session. I mean, Gumshoe kept looking at me with these really sad eyes. What am I supposed to do, sis? I can't face myself.
I should have known better.
That's the guy I killed.
Ah, I'm sorry! Why did I pull this picture out? Hey, Maya, here's some trauma.
That's Karane's sacred urn. Mystic Amy's soul is sealed inside of it.
Yeah, I know all about it. She's the founder of the Crane technique.
Ooh, look at Mr. Smarty here. Thinks he knows all. You sound like an occult fanatic.
Trust me, this isn't going on my resume anytime soon.
You know, I haven't looked at this in a long time. When did the urn become so cracked? What is that?
I'm not too sure myself, but I found it just now inside the furnace.
Huh? Is it trash burning day already?
That's not something I would know about. I guess she didn't notice the blood stain. Probably better that way.
This is me, right? I guess I really did shoot Dr. Gray.
But that's not you.
Is 2!
Is not.
Is 2 is 2! That's mine, isn't it?
Damn it, I upset her again.
It really was me, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Nick?
Just showing her all of the worst evidence possible.
That's a knife from my family's kitchen. I'll never be able to use it again.
It's alright, I'll buy you a new one, okay?
That's not the point!
Yeah, the point is on the knife.
I don't ever want to see another knife ever again.
You can't think of anything special about the gun. Alright.
Ah, that's the channeling chambers.
This is the only one in the world, right?
Yeah, during the trial I was kind of wondering why you had it.
I got it from Pearls. That's weird.
I swear I locked the door. Then I put the key into one of my pouchy sleeves.
Your sleeve? But how and when would your sleeve leave the room? It didn't grow a pair of legs.
I wonder where Pearlie found that key.
In the incinerator. That's where she said she found it.
That hole. It looks an awful lot like a bullet hole.
It's probably what it is.
That's terrible! How could this happen to such an important screen?
Instead of dwelling on the hole, let's focus on the fact that you weren't shot.
Hey, you're right! So I was the one who was about to get shot, huh? That's terrible! Who'd want to shoot little old me?
I guess she didn't realize she was the one being shot at until now.
It's the same as the last time I saw it. You just like to show it off, don't you, Nick? Are you that thrilled to be a lawyer?
That's not what I meant by it, but... I mean, I don't really think about it. I just sort of shove it in people's faces. Force of habit, I guess. Okay. Shouldn't do that as a general rule. What, shove your attorney's badge in people's faces? But how is anyone going to know that you're an attorney? Ah! Ah! Hey! Wait! Please? Lotta! She ran off into the manor. Lotta?
Ah! Hey! I'm telling you, quit following me, you hear? I'm a worthless piece of trash. You lay eyes on me and they'll turn to dust.
Hey! Morgan.
Yes? What is it? And must you be so noisy? We have a rule here. The hallway is not for running. Now then, in a calm manner, ask your question.
Okay. Anyway, did you see Lotta come by here?
Ah, that girl from the Heartland. I'm sorry, but she did not pass by here at any time.
Lotta, you sure know how to waste a man's time. Nothing new for Morgan, but we could ask her about the urn, about the cloth scrap, and about Amy Faye. Nothing about the cloth scrap. Nothing about the urn? Okay. Nothing about Amy? This has nothing to do with your spiritual power, says Phoenix, referring to the founder of the technique. Ah, I hate this game's fucking genericness when it wants to cut corners. I hate it so much. Ba 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 ba. Did you see Lotta Hart go by here? I don't know if you saw her, but she was here. Did you see her at all? I do not know. Seems not, but let's try the side room. I'm pretty sure I saw a lot of run in this direction. But it doesn't look like she's here. No, but something is. What the fuck is that? It's Pearl's ball. That is a big ball. I was picturing like a tennis ball. It was like a basketball. I couldn't do basketballs as a kid. Like, you know how you're supposed to bounce them? It wouldn't come back. Like, I'd have it in my hand, and then I'd make it hit the ground, and then it would just go away. And then I'd have to bend over to pick it back up, but I didn't want to do that. They were weird, they didn't work. Maya said that it's always kept in the clothing box. So then, what is it doing on the floor? Pearl's favorite toy. She was playing with this at the time of the murder, it seems. I'm relating a story as to how it worked for me when I was a child, Bew. I do not know if it would bounce properly if I attempted it today. Perhaps I have gained strength in my adulthood. But it was never something that felt like an important skill to learn. The clothing box for Pearl's ball is usually kept. Wonder what's inside. Ah! What? What were you doing in there? What were you thinking?
I'm a bad person! Just another piece of human trash. I needed a hole to crawl into.
So you crawled into this clothing box because there wasn't a hole to crawl into. Oh, man. Huh? There's a small hole in this clothing box. And it's about 8 inches off the ground. That's the same height as the hole in the folding screen. Then could this... Oh, wow, what a shock. The mysterious box that is capable of holding a human body that wasn't in this room during the murder but appeared here after it happens to have a bullet hole in the same position as the folding screen, which is a screen that covers and obscures a space big enough to contain this box. So I wonder where the box was during the murder. It was probably in the Republic of Congo. I thought I felt my soul take off for a sec when Lotta jumped out at me. So it's big enough to fit a grown adult. Well, if she can be called an adult. I like that after all that we don't actually get to talk to her. She still fucks off. Blurp, 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 blurp. Blur, 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 blur. Ball!
Like, I'm really sorry, but... And I know, like, you totally had your heart set on it, but I, like, can't take it.
You don't know anything about the clothing box? It was in your bloody nap room. Well, actually, it wasn't in your nap room when you were taking the nap, but still. Bloody still. Let's keep looking round.
Oh, Mr. Nick! That person ran by here just now.
What person?
You know, the person with the fluffy cotton candy hair.
Ah, she means Lada.
She said, "Don't look at me with M eyes." But I'm not that scary, am I?
I don't think that's quite what she meant.
Oh, that's right. She also wanted me to tell you, going on a trip to find myself, so don't you bother finding me.
Oh, well, thanks.
You're welcome.
No new dialogue, but she's back. I think we have what we need to break her lock now. Because we got the ball. She likes playing with her ball. This is something that I just remember because I've played the game before. I know what she did. I don't know if it's incredibly obvious. I don't know if I would have figured it out without the prior memory, but... Go on, Bush. Do you have an idea? Pearl's alibi. Pearl. You have to tell me what you were doing when the murder happened, okay?
But what if I can't just tell you what happened?
Then I'll guess what happened. How does that sound?
What? You can do that?
You'll tell me if I guess something right, won't you?
Yes.
Now, when the murder was taking place, you were here, right? You were in the winding way! You were here, weren't you, Pearls? In the winding way.
Wow. You got it.
So? Do you think you can tell me now?
I'm sorry. Not yet.
Man, oh man. Alright, what next? Okay, I think I know what you were doing there.
Do you really know that much?
Well, I am a lawyer, you know. Now, what is it Pearls was doing in the winding way? You were ballin'. You were playing with this ball, right?
That's right. How did you know?
Lock one. Maya told me that you love to play with your ball.
Yeah. I was playing with my ball.
Uh-huh. And then? Something happened, huh? Something really bad?
What do you mean, something? Nothing happened.
This is it. While you were playing with your ball, this happened. Curse of Ash! This urn. It's a village treasure, right? And the spirit of the founder of the Karain technique is sealed in here, isn't it?
Yes.
What's this? It's cracked all over, isn't it? There's even a few gaps here and there.
Please don't tease me.
Pearl, you broke the sacred urn, didn't you? The ball smacked into it and knocked it over. Right? And if Morgan found out, she'd get really mad. Huh? She doesn't seem to be fighting back. I think I hit the bullseye this time. But it's strange that the lock hasn't broken yet.
It's a really old urn, isn't it?
I guess.
It's so old, so it's not that weird to have a few cracks.
Her voice is shaking.
How can you tell that the urn has been broken?
Because it has a few fucking thousand cracks, but no, really it's because you spelt the woman's name wrong. Who started the Karain channeling technique?
Huh? It was Mystic Amy.
That's right. And how do you spell her name? Do you know?
How do I spell her name? I don't know.
It's spelled A-M-I. I thought it was a little odd when I saw I am written on this urn. And that's how I knew that someone must have broken this urn and made a mistake in spelling when they put it back together again. Yay! I healed up. Kinda.
Around when Mystic Maya started the channeling on that day, I was playing in the Winding Way with my ball.
And that's when you broke the urn?
Yes, I broke it. I accidentally let Mystic Amy's spirit fly away.
Don't worry, Morgan will never know, okay?
I'm a bad child. Breaking a village treasure is unforgivable. I thought that maybe they would make me leave the village. But the broken pieces were pretty big, so...
You thought you could put them back together and no one would notice?
Yes. I found some glue and brought it to the hallway, and fixed the urn there.
The hallway? You mean Winding Way?
Yes. The channeling had already started, so I didn't think anyone would walk by.
Ah, I see. So about how long did it take you? It must have been a nasty repair job.
Yes, I might be strong at spiritual things, but when it comes to arts and crafts, I am not nearly as skilled. When I had finished fixing the urn and looked up, I saw you coming into the manor.
So that's around when Lotta and I were coming back inside after reporting the murder.
When I saw that, I packed everything up in a hurry. Mr. Nick?
What is it, Pearls?
I'm going to get banished, aren't I?
I really don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I bet Mystic Amy's happy to be free from that cramped urn.
Yeah, I hope so.
No harm done, and a happy resolution. Whew. Okay, doesn't really help us, though. What does that do? What does that help us with? Fuck all. She found the key in the incinerator. Like, it's got nothing to do with the urn. Amy's still here. We need to crack her goddamn skull open. Metaphorically. But I don't know what we need for that yet, so leave her. Old lady bitch face is still here. Don't have anything to say to her. Phew, I think I found out everything I can. But I can't see how it all adds up. Huh. And is Eenie Miney being here just a coincidence? No!
Hey, mister!
How is it that the spirit Dr. Gray wanted to call just happened to be that nurse, and that nurse turns out to be Enie's sister? It's too convenient.
Hey! Phoenix! I'm talking to you!
I wish I knew a little more about Eenie, but where am I going to find info like that?
Oh, I get it. You can't be bothered to look over at trash like me. Is that it, Mr. High and Mighty?
Ah! Lotta!
Oh, so you finally noticed.
Thought I heard a mosquito buzzing in my ear. I couldn't understand a word.
Well, I gotta hand it to you. You sure know how to chase down garbage. I mean, I'm grateful to you for chasing this large lump of one around like this.
Thanks?
But you know, you're just wasting your time. I'll be fine on my own.
What are you going on about? As for following or chasing or whatever it is, isn't that what you're doing?
Well, you see... Well, you're not exactly a real gentleman with a lady's heart, are you?
Not exactly the world's #1 charmer either, sister. Look. Wait, no, that was her.
Look, I'm really dang sorry about today. When I get all fired up about something, it's impossible to stop me.
You hurt Maya really badly, Lotta.
I don't suppose you could forgive a gal like me?
I don't know, do we? Lotta Hart has a cousin called Lil Sense. Press 1 to forgive Lotta Hart. Press 2 to be a bastard. Let's get a little audience participation in this game. We do not have a 3. Sam is a bastard. Blue Moon is kind. Okay, so no one except for Sam has voted for 3, but sorry, no one except for Sam has voted for 2. But we have 2 people who would like me to somehow hack a game to figure out how to murder someone. That worries me a lot, especially when one of the people baying for blood is my girlfriend. But the ones have it. We will forgive Lotta. Out of the kindness of my chat. I guess I can. You did help Maya out too, after all.
For real?
Yeah, for real.
Aw, thank goodness. I'm still what? No, nothing at all. Just talking to myself, you know, gibberish. Now then, Lotta Hart at your service.
Huh?
I'll share with you all the dirt I've dug up.
Thanks.
Hey, don't be all surprised. Tell you what, I'll even give you all this info for free.
Lotta not taking money? Now I know this one's an alien clone. I'm still what?
I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor. Smiling like a little kid.
If Maya is not the real murderer, then who do you think it is, Lotta?
Well, heck, ain't it obvious? It's that occult freak.
You mean Eenie Miney?
Well, there ain't anyone else it could be, right? That Granny, you and me, we were all together that whole time.
So Lotta suspects Eenie, which means she might have already found out some info about our mysterious Eenie. Let's ask you about Eenie Miney. Actually, let's ask you about everyone, because I don't think I ever did that with you.
Nope, don't know nothing about that. Things that don't catch my eye don't catch my interest.
And she calls herself a journalist? What about Franziska?
Hey, this is that prosecutor gal, the one that likes breaking all the rules. Switches are for horses and lights, not people. How's that? I made a pretty clever pun, didn't I?
Sorry, didn't hear you.
Ah, well, I'll forgive the wax in your ears this once and tell it to you one more time. You know, I'm beginning to get sick of this hairstyle. Next time I go to the salon, I'm gonna get my hair straightened, I reckon. What do you think, Phoenix?
I think if you got rid of your afro, I wouldn't recognize who you were.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem, ain't it?
Please, can we get on with the important stuff? Say like the murderer.
That old lady sure can be forceful. She scared me that day. Well, only a little now, you hear? I overlooked this little kid.
What do you mean?
I mean, I didn't think it. But you know how it's always them silent types?
Huh? Wait.
The little tyke's nothing but a ball of happy goodness, right? So I reckon she's the type to have done it. Well now, that's just how the world turns.
I don't think this has anything to do with how the world turns.
I swear I've seen that detective's face before, maybe during that last case. Whenever something happens, this detective guy's always there. I wonder if he's the real baddie behind everything.
Somehow I highly doubt it. Can you imagine an Ace Attorney game where the detective was behind everything?
Nope, don't know nothing about that. Now this kid, I think she needs to be taught some manners. This here's her second time in the stew, right? My pa would slap me straight.
Yeah.
You know what they say? If there's a second time, there's bound to be a third and a fourth. Ow! You didn't have to slap me. I get it. Sorry. Hey, it's that Dr. Gray guy. It's a pity what happened to him. Pretty scary what ghouls and ghosts can do to a man, huh? God rest his poor soul.
This one was Lotta so religious.
Heh, that's eeny miny, right?
Yep. I was wondering if you know anything about this girl.
You know, actually, I did a little checking up on her the other day. Her sister, she's the one that Dr. Gray wanted to call back from the spirit world.
Yeah, I'd heard as much. I'd also heard that Eni was the one who introduced Dr. Gray to Kurain Village.
You don't say. That's one sneaky gal, if you ask me. Hey, you want me to tell you more about her?
Yes! Direly! Speaking of Eni, do you have any other information about her?
Sure.
Well then, what is it, Lotta?
It'll cost you. And it'll cost you a lot.
Oh, silly me. See, here I thought free meant no money necessary.
That girl was hospitalized about half a year ago.
Hospitalized? Why?
Well, heck. You can go find out on your own.
Huh?
Here, I'll give you the clinic's address. Maybe you can find out something.
Maybe? What's that supposed to mean?
Well, see, actually, it was going to be annoying, I reckon. So I didn't actually go there.
Ugh.
Well, that's the way the gumbo spoils, right?
Spoiled gumbo sounds... Ew. I mean, look, don't blame this on... Oh, never mind. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. Better go check out this hottie clinic. It's a clinic full of hotties. So this free weekend, how much is it? No, money down. Alright, let's go to the hottie clinic. Yes, hello, I would like one hottie, please. So, this is where Eni was hospitalized. Ah! You forgot about him? Damn it, and here... Here I was gonna call you to duty. That's alright, I can do this.
Yes. Are you here to visit a patient?
Yes. Are you a doctor here?
Yes. I'm Director Hottie.
Didn't think I'd be speaking with the director himself.
Yes? So, what can I help you with?
I'd like to ask you a few questions about Ms. Eeny Miney.
Miss Miney? Miss Eeny Miney? Yes. Oh! Her! It's too bad. I'll tell you something. That girl left here a long time ago.
Here you are, sir. Huh? You know you shouldn't be up and about. Come on, it's back to your room with you.
Sweetums, calm down, calm down. Don't be so harsh to an old man like me.
Don't you dare start that Sweetums thing with me. If you don't behave, you'll get yourself tossed out of this hospital. Wow. I didn't think nurses could be this direct or forceful towards their boss. Come now, be a good boy and give me the director's white lab coat.
Okay, I got it. I got it. Yeah. Yes?
Don't yes me. Who in the world are you?
I'm Director Hottie.
The nurse went off somewhere. Oh, the inhumanity. Only person I can talk to is this guy. Ugh. So... this is... I don't understand why he is in the game. There's 2 people in reception. Hell, go talk to that dude on crutches. I don't understand why this man is in the game at all, but he is, and I think this is his only scene. So there's that at least. It is kind of a hurt my throat voice, but I guess I've committed to it now. You were like 3 seconds too late, Snip. This must be the waiting area. It's got the feeling of one, and there are sofas lined up, but I don't see all that many patients.
Yes. Well, it's the quality, not quantity that counts.
What in the world did that have to do with anything? I wonder where that door way down there leads to.
Oh, that's the X-ray room. Yes.
How did you know what I was thinking?
Yes. Well, it's because that's the X-ray room. Yes, it sees into your mind.
There is something very peculiar about this guy, because I know it's not me. Well, no, he's not you. He looks nothing like you, and you have all your teeth. This is the clinic's reception desk, but it doesn't look like there's anyone at the counter. On the wall is this month's word to the wise. Do something in vain, and your only reward is tiredness. Huh. Not exactly the best thing to be telling your patients, is it? This patient is undergoing rehabilitation.
And look at that strained face, twisting in all those ways. And that oily sweat. His whole body is swaying back and forth, wobble, wobble, like he's about to fall. Yes.
Hey, don't just cut into my monologue like that. I'm explaining things here.
Ah, sorry. Yes, most sorry. Yes.
So what exactly do you treat at this clinic?
Yes, we treat all sorts of doctory, clinical stuff. Yes.
Doctory, clinical stuff?
Well, I don't actually know. I particularly care about the details. Yes? What does that look for? Ah, yes. There's a really big general hospital around the corner. Yes. Where they can't accommodate everyone, they move some of the patients here.
You do surgeries here, right?
Ah, yes. We do some plastic surgery here, it seems.
It seems?
Yes, it seems that way.
What do you know about Ms. Eenie Miney?
Now you're talking! Yes, that girl. She was transferred from the general hospital.
From the general hospital to here? What kind of surgery did she need?
Yes, well, she needed surgery. It was really bad. Really bad.
So what kind was it?
Yes, well, no. You see, that is something... No, I can't tell you.
So you say with a happy smile on your face, Mr. Director.
See, there's this thing about how doctors aren't allowed to talk about patient stuff. It's in all those TV shows too, right? You've seen them, right? Yes.
I'm never gonna get him to unzip those broken zipper teeth of his at this rate. There's gotta be something I can show to this old coot. Picture?
Miss Eenie is really cute in this picture. You'd agree, right?
Yeah, sure.
I wish I could see her again. Maybe the next time she has a big accident. Yes.
I'll tell her for you.
Yes, please. I'll be waiting for her. Yes. Waiting. Yes.
About this person?
I feel like somewhere. I've seen her somewhere before, I think. Well, when she comes tomorrow for her consultation, I'm sure we can get reacquainted.
I don't believe this. This person.
Ooh, she's nice. That look in her eyes, she looks like a queen. She's glaring at me. Her stare is making me choke up in tears.
I was whipped by her. And it hurt. A lot.
Oh, wow! I am so jealous! So, did you cry? How did it feel?
I cried a little, I think. I can't actually remember. Director Hottie, purported. A peculiar patient who claims to be Director Hottie seems to be extremely healthy.
Oh, it's me! Oh, yes, my tuft of hair, it's so nice. Shows off my smartness. You should try it too. My new hairstyle that I invented.
That's okay. I'll pass on that one. Nothing on Morgan. About this girl.
Isn't she the patient down in room 206? Yes. I'm sure that cute nurse is taking very good care of her. That nurse said the girl had chickenpox. Or was it measles? Maybe the flu?
Pearls is fine and well, although I feel sorry for the nurse now. Gumshoe? He's gotta be like the only person in the game who will react to people he doesn't know.
Ooh, this is a superb example of a woman. I'd like to meet her. Just one time. Bring her to me tomorrow. She'll get special attention from me. I promise.
She's dead. So about this girl.
She is, not the best. Yes. But she'd be a great candidate for surgery. Yes. Yeah, that's really the only thing I can prescribe for her.
What is he talking about? And nothing to say about Gray. Okay. I really don't want to present all of these to him. So what do you know about this?
I see this and, my mind's blank. Yes, it's boring, that's why. Boring! Yes, how do I put it? If you had more attractive items, yes?
Oh, my throat hates this so much. Shouldn't have done this. Okay. Not much longer. I think it's the badge. I think you need to see the badge.
What's this?
I'm a lawyer. Right now I'm investigating a murder.
Yes. What is with your angry face? Violence isn't the answer. Yes.
The trial is tomorrow, and I would really like some information from you.
Is that right? Well, you know, I think I can let you in on a little secret.
What's that?
Yes, actually. I'm not the real director.
Are you kidding? Anyone with half a fly's brain knew that.
Huh? What do you mean?
Do I have to explain this to you?
Well, hold on. I'll give you something. Real information. Okay?
Huh?
I'm actually... This clicks. See, I'm like this place's walking dictionpedia.
You mean walking encyclopedia?
Yeah, that! And my specialty is young, silky, smooth, hardy patients. There's nothing I don't know about them, but I get embarrassed talking about it.
Yeah, how about you keep that kind of information to yourself?
Anyway, you want to know about little Miss Eeny Miny, right?
Little Miss Eeny Miney?
That girl! Ah, I remember her especially well. Really, especially very well.
Please tell me what you know about Eeny Miney.
Yes. I'll get to that. Trust me, I will. That girl. That's right. She was transferred here from the General Hospital. This was, yes, a year ago. She was one of those emergency cases.
What was she ill with?
Ill? No. She was injured, not ill. With my trained eye, I could see, yes, I could see it was a huge wound, that.
A huge injury?
Her whole body was wrapped around and around in bandages, and her arm was in a cast.
That sounds pretty severe, all right.
Yes, it was an accident there. Scary, yes. Cars, yes, terrible movie. Owen Wilson, complete hack.
You mean it was a traffic accident?
Yep, that's what gave her the terrible injuries. I swore it was in the papers. Yes, I looked it all up, I did. It was terrible. Yes.
Dare I even ask what is wrong with this old guy? Just now you mentioned something about a big operation?
Are you talking about Miss Eeny's operation?
Yes, Miss Eeny's.
That was one heck of an accident. Yes, her whole face was burned like bad toast. It was bad. Very bad. Bad.
Was it really that bad?
It was a good thing that Miss Eeny had a picture of herself. I heard that picture was how they put her face back together.
Picture?
That girl, see, she had just gotten her license. So she just happened to have a license photo on her, yes. Oh, so see, I got her picture, yes, as a way to remember her, yes. Well, more like swiped.
Breach of ethics? Oh, wait.
What? A pretty girl like her, I bet she has lots of pictures of herself.
Sure.
It's a treasure! My treasure. Precious!
What happened to the actual license itself?
Who knows? I didn't bother to ask. It probably got burned up along with the car. Yes.
Eeny's photo for her driver's license. Director Hottie's treasured possession. I feel like I need to bleach myself after playing this character. Like, I will never be clean again. I committed. If he shows up in a later case, I will bring you on because I don't want to do this again. But I do like continuity. Oh, god damn it. Nah, I'm finishing it this time. So you looked up information on Eeny's accident, correct?
Yep, sure did. Yes, I read every paper that covered it at the time.
What kind of accident was it? Do you remember?
Yes. Hold on. I'll go get it for you. The article, I mean.
Huh? You have it?
Well, don't get me wrong. I thought something like this might come up, so...
Obsessive to the max, but I bet I could learn about how to stay on a lead from this guy.
Here we go. Yes. According to this, Miss Eeny was in the passenger's seat.
Passenger's seat, huh?
And dozing, or so it says. A strong jolt woke her up, and the next minute, a sea of fire was all around her. Miss Eeny fought with the door, finally got it to open, and somehow managed to get away! Anywho, you can read all the details in the article. Oh, yes.
Newspaper clipping 2. Updated. A new clue! I should probably look this over.
It's been half a year since Miss Enid had her surgery and got better. She was discharged sometime in December last year.
It's already been half a year, huh?
Yes. So how was I? I was a real help, wasn't I? Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Very much.
Yes. Well, then. I'll be getting back to my room then.
Well, if it's your job to take the trash rolls, then you should probably voice every character in the next case. But we won't go that far.
Tell Miss Edie I said hi, okay? Yes.
It's time for me to leave, too. Yes. Ah! Okay, it's definitely time for me to leave. So, now we have full text for this. Highway of Nightmares. We're on a highway to nightmare. Doesn't have quite the same ring. 1 second. Yeah, my throat is unhappy. We'll keep going. We might do, like, part 1 of the trial, or we might... we got 2 hours. We should try and finish the case. We'll see. We may stop at the end of, like, part 1 of the trial, but we'll see. We'll definitely continue this, and I do want to do some trial stuff. I think, Mew, if you're still watching and plan to keep watching, I think you should meet Franziska von Karma. I think you'd like her. She's the prosecutor of this case. May 24. Late last night, 2 women's cars crashed into the highway center divide. One of the women was not able to escape the flaming wreckage and died at the site. Ongoing investigation has revealed that the driver had fallen asleep at the wheel. Ms. Eenie Miney holds interview about crash.
I was, like, totally tired, and I dropped off to sleep. Then there was this crash, and, like, I woke up in a huge sea of flames. I was, like, still half asleep, but I opened the right door and, like, got out. I don't, like, remember anything else.
Doctor lurking in the shadows? If Ms. Eenie Miney is to be believed, the one driving the car was her sister Mimi Miney. Mimi Miney was the nurse at Gray Surgical Clinic, where 14 patients were accidentally overdosed to their death. Is this, then, just a mere coincidence? You are kinda here. Does that mean that you're busy and you're, like, playing something and listening to me in the background, or does that mean that you're tired and trying not to sleep? Back to the village.
Hey, so how was it? Did you go to the clinic?
Yeah, I found out a few things, I guess.
What's the matter? You ain't looking so well. Oh, yeah. So earlier that old granny called the cops?
Huh? The cops? Why would Morgan call the police?
She said she had something to tell them. Things are sure getting interesting. But honestly, I tell you, that granny sure got her bloomers in a knot.
Well, I guess you could put it that way.
It always starts out small, you know? Stealing the master's seat and controlling the village folk. Now you see what it's turned into. A murder, that's what.
Yeah, what a mess.
Hey, hold on. What?
That stuff you were just talking about. That's the first I've heard of it.
Really? Well, it's old news to everyone else in the world.
Well, excuse me for not keeping up with gossip while I'm busy saving people. You said something about stealing the master's seat?
Yep. Right now, the master is this medium named Misty Faye. But the one that was really supposed to be the master was that old granny.
Morgan was supposed to become the master. Do you know where Edie is, Lotta?
Yeah, I saw her not too long ago. She's hanging around that garden in the middle.
Okay, thanks.
You got something to ask her?
Yeah, I got a whole list of things that only she can clean up for me.
So I hear the master's always been the eldest daughter.
The eldest daughter?
Turns out that old bat is Misty Faye's older sister.
Oh?
They say the older sister's usually the one with more spiritual power.
Come to think of it, Maya said the same thing a long time ago. She warned me not to take Mia's powers lightly.
Well, anyway, somehow Granny there lost to her younger sister Misty.
I see.
This made the townsfolk turn against her, so I hear. Said all sort of things, too, like she's the oldest and yet she doesn't have the power to be the next master. Disgraceful.
Wow. I had no idea. So what would have happened had Morgan been stronger?
Maya's family would have been the Branch family, I reckon.
Gee, I wonder if that created some resentment. I just showed her the piece of evidence that I gathered by visiting the place she told me to go to, and she said she had no interest in it. You got anything to say about Director Hottie? No. I don't know why he's in the profile list. I don't think anybody is going to recognize him. Except maybe Eenie. Eenie might. Let's ask Eenie. Anybody in here? No! Morgan is gone. Must be talking to the police. Yeah, Morgan was supposed to be a major Doctor Who villain. Right after Michelle Gomez, Morgan Fay.
Hey, like, I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah. I think I finally have enough to unlock her secret.
Like, what's with that scary look on your face?
Do you know this man? Nope, she does not. Buggerballs. What about this article? No, fuck off. Alright, we've got to use the Megatama. We will be presenting that article, but we've got to use the Megatama. Alright, Eenie. It is time to face the truth. Please tell me about the traffic accident.
Huh? Like, whose accident?
Your sister's accident, naturally.
Oh, yeah. So, like, that Dr. Gray guy made my sister fall asleep. And, like, that's all I have to say about that.
Interesting. Eenie just asked whose accident, which means she must know something about another person's accident. Alright, let's change the topic then. How about you tell me about a certain other person's accident?
Huh? Another person's accident? Like, you got someone in mind?
Yours! Because you were in it too. I want to ask you about your own car accident.
Me?
Yes.
So, wow, like, how strange. I have, like, no idea what you're talking about. Can you, like, prove I was in an accident?
Would you take a look at this? It's a newspaper article from 1 year ago. It says, Ms. Eenie Miney holds interview about crash.
Ah.
You suffered a very bad injury and had to be admitted to a hospital, correct?
Like, wait.
What now?
That's not me.
Huh?
I mean, like, this person has, like, the same name, but she's totally not me. My name, Eenie Miney, is, like, pretty common.
What in the world are you babbling about? Your sister's name, Mimi Miney, is in here too.
Like, totally. Wow, what a scary coincidence. I'm totally getting, like, goosebumps.
You think I'm gonna let you get away with that?
So, like, now what? Like, do you have something that totally says I was hospitalized?
Oh, that's right. Hottie gave us this. Enie's photo for her driver's license. Oops. I right-clicked and it took me out of it. That's annoying. Try this again. Is that gonna make me have to go through the whole thing? I right-clicked once! Fuck off, I have to click them all again. I literally right-clicked once and that, like, no confirm? Just immediately boot you back to the start. That is awful. I think that's the sort of thing that on a DS controller, it's, you know, right-clicking with a mouse is very easy to do by accident. I feel like pressing a button on a controller usually is not as easy to do by accident. But anyway. It's why confirms exist on PC, but they tend not to exist as much on console, except for very important shit. Yeah, but there was no such thing as a right-click. It was if you press the B button, it would kick you out. But that's harder to do by accident. This is your proof.
Like, what's that picture supposed to mean?
I got this from the hospital where you were hospitalized at.
Huh? So?
There was a certain patient there. He's quite a fan. As a memento of your stay, he stole this. I have to say, this photo looks like you.
That creepy fake director!
Now are you ready to tell me about the accident?
Like, wait a sec. Okay, so, like, I was in an accident, sure. But that's, like, totally not related to this murder.
Actually, it is. Look at this article. It says that one of the women died, correct?
And?
That woman who died, who do you suppose they mean? Do you suppose the woman who died in the accident could be... me? I believe it was your sister. Mimi Miney.
Mimi?
You were riding in your sister's car while she drove. The two of you were together when your accident occurred, making it one and the same.
Yeah, I was riding in that car with my sister. We were, like, on our way home. I was riding in the passenger seat when I fell asleep. And then it happened. At the time, I grabbed for my purse and escaped from the passenger side door.
And your sister?
I, like, couldn't do anything. The car was full of smoke. I couldn't see anything.
I'm sorry. Did Dr. Gray really cause that accident by drugging your sister with sleeping pills?
Like, he was totally out to get my sister. He totally did that to, like, pay my sister back.
I wonder. This does give Eni a good reason to want to murder Dr. Gray.
It seems simple, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
But it would be very hard to catch me. Actually, I'd say impossible.
What?
I think you get the picture. I'm going to serve you a slice of humble pie. I hope you enjoy it.
Well! Good talk! Bye! I didn't check the side room. Nothing. Here we are. Huh? Looks like something's up.
Stop! Stop! Leave my mother alone!
Ow! Hey, hold on, okay, pal? I'm not gonna hurt...
Pearl, dear, it is perfectly all right. I will be out for a short while with this young man. Mother, please let me go too! No, you must stay here and protect the manor. But...
Aw, don't make that face. Hey, I'll tell you what. I'll show you something cool. Look, here's a pistol.
Detective, do not upset me further.
Sorry. Or Gumshoe, being dragged off by the ear like that by Morgan. Ow.
Mother... Mother, this has never happened before.
Pearls?
Mr. Nick, I have a really bad feeling that I can't shake. I think something really bad is going to happen. I'm scared. I'm really scared, Mr. Nick.
Say something, Phoenix. Anything. I'm terrible at this.
Mr. Nick, what about Mystic Maya?
Should be alright. I think I've gathered enough evidence.
Mystic Maya, she must feel all alone. Please, Mr. Nick, go visit her.
Yeah, but I can't just leave you here all alone either.
I'll be fine. Please, Mystic Maya needs you by her side.
Her stare is really piercing. Whew. She'll be fine. She'll be all alone with Eenie Miney, the innocent woman. You kept me waiting, Phoenix. Mia! So, how are the preparations?
I think I have enough evidence and information now. I think.
Everything will be on your shoulders tomorrow. Whether Maya is found guilty or innocent, it is a heavy weight to bear. If memory serves, Mia had a few cyclocks of her own. Mia, I'm ready to unlock the last piece of information I need now. Sure. I welcome you to try. Mia, yes? Mia, you know something, don't you? About the real murderer, I mean. Huh. Why do you think so? It's really trying at times to be able to see other people's secrets. It looks like it's time for you to explain your reasoning. Yeah. A battle of wits against Mia? There's still a whole slew of questions for you to answer before the trial tomorrow. You mean like how did the real murderer get into the room and kill Dr. Gray? Yes. Also, when did the murderer enter the channeling chamber? You guys were all standing around in front of the room after the channeling started. Which means that the murderer must have gone into that room before the channeling. That's what I think, in any case. But Maya's already said there wasn't anyone else in there. That's true. But if we can't figure out the murderer's movements, we're stuck like a beached whale. I never thought I'd see this day. Are you actually asking me about spirit channeling? This case is all about spirit channeling. And I feel like I don't understand a thing about it. Well, that's only natural. After all, spirit channeling isn't exactly an everyday thing, is it? Yeah, I guess you're right. The power to change your physical appearance into the person you're calling was something our ancestor, Mystic Amy Fey, acquired. I've heard that name before. The Fey family was originally a family known for its service to the gods. When Mystic Amy was born, she was given a certain fate through her name. Because you see, she was named after one of the Buddhas of Buddhism, Amitabha.
Right, as opposed to one of the Buddhas of Christianity. Or one of the Buddhas of Islam. Thanks for clarifying that it was one of the Buddhas of Buddhism. Here I was thinking that you might have been learning from a Buddha of Zoroastrianism. Or Taoism.
To this day, her soul is still sealed in the Karain sacred urn.
Yeah, sure it is.
It usually sits in the winding way and has her name written on it.
Yeah.
Aw, come on, Phoenix. It's just a fairy tale.
Are you saying that me being able to see you is just a fairy tale too? Yeah, it's just a fairy tale, said the dead woman's ghost. Right. Time to drill into Mia's brain.
Phoenix, you think I'm hiding information about someone from you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Alright then. Tell me who you think I'm protecting.
Morgan? Excellent choice of words. You're welcome. So what can I say except you're welcome for the mental horrors I provide.
Take that!
Morgan Fay, of course. There's no one else you would protect like this, Mia.
Well done, but... while the murder was being committed, my aunt was outside with everyone else. Which means she already has an alibi.
That's true.
Show me some evidence that would cast suspicion onto my aunt.
Blur, blurter, blurter, blip, blutter, blutter, blur, blutter, blutter, blip, blutter, blutter, blur, blutter, blutter, blip, blutter, blutter, blur, blutter, blutter, blip, blutter, blutter, blur, blutter, blutter. Problem here is that there's like 8 things it could be. Like, is it the clothes? Is it the cloth scrap? Is it the... it's not the urn, but like, is it the box? It's something in that. Is it the folding screen? I will be honest. I know it's the cloth scrap because I glanced at a guide, but that's only because I'd like to get this going. The picture of her. I just didn't want this to take forever, so it's this, and I don't know why.
Take that!
The proof is this piece of cloth. I found it in the incinerator near the Winding Way. It's the same material as Maya's costume, except for the splotch of blood.
You mean it's from Maya's costume that she was wearing at the time of the murder?
Yes.
But when Maya was arrested, she was wearing her costume.
That just means someone changed her clothes.
Changed her clothes? But why?
I don't know why. But there was only one person who could have done that.
The one person who was taking care of Maya. My aunt.
What's that look mean?
Your argument is too flimsy.
Huh?
You have no proof that this piece of cloth is actually from Maya's costume.
But this blood...
And do you know whose blood that is at this point in time? You don't, do you? Do you have any proof that that piece of cloth is from Maya's costume?
God, this one is hard. Mostly it's just like, I'm gonna look it up again because I don't want to fail. Because if I fail, it's just gonna drag it out. But my guess is that it's the box or a photo. It's probably the box? I think it's the box. It is not the box, it is the key. See, I never would have fucking guessed that.
Take that!
Right, but no. It's because Pearl found the key in the incinerator, so it has to be Maya's costume. Yeah, so that would have taken me too long. That would have taken me too long to get to, and I'm looking at the time being like, I need to keep going. I think this is the proof you're looking for.
The key to the channeling chamber, huh?
At the beginning of the channeling, Maya had possession of this key. And yet, somehow, it magically ended up in the incinerator in the center garden.
You're right.
And this is what Maya told me. While I was channeling, the key was sitting inside my sleeve. And both this key and the piece of cloth were found inside the incinerator. Which means that this piece of cloth was a part of Maya's costume.
It would certainly seem that way.
Someone changed her into a different set of clothes, and then burned the costume she was wearing in the incinerator. There's only one person who could have done that.
The one person who was taking care of Maya. My aunt.
Exactly.
You did very well, Phoenix.
Thank you.
As long as you have those 2 pieces of evidence, you can cast suspicion on my aunt. However,
However?
like I said in the beginning, my aunt has an alibi.
Yeah. She was with us the whole time. Here's my final question. You don't have to present this solid proof of this to me. But I want to know. If my aunt is the culprit, then how did she commit the murder? How she did it, huh? I want to hear your thoughts. In order for my aunt to murder Dr. Gray, who or what did she need? You opened it up to a who, so the answer is eeny miny because she as good as admitted herself guilty to us. She challenged us right to our face, she said. She dropped her voice and said, "You can't prove it. I'm gonna beat you." Eeny miny. That one I did not have to look up. She's the answer to the final question. Which means that my aunt and Eeny Miny were in cahoots. Something's been bothering me all this time. This crime is something no normal person could carry out. The person would have to know a lot about Fay Manor and the village itself to do this. But Morgan already has an alibi. Yes, which is why I can't figure out how it was done. We can assume that Eeny Miny is involved somehow. But we have one big problem on our hands. A problem? With what? We don't have a motive. Why would Morgan want to kill Dr. Gray? Why would she have to? Also, we don't really know for sure that she was cooperating with Eeny. Mia doesn't have a clue either, huh? Then there is only one possibility. Huh? Think about it, Phoenix. Why would my aunt do something like this? And why would she do it in such an underhanded fashion? Because... Are you making a Somnium reference there, Basil? Like Iris from Somnium? Could be. I mean, it seemed right to me in the moment to change the way the voice sounded when she did that. So that's what I did. Mother. She is the one who holds the key to this. Mother? Whose? Mine? Don't be silly. Mine, of course. Misty Fay. Mia and Maya's mother. Why would she bring her up now? Now then. Looks like we've gathered everything we could. All we have to do is win tomorrow. Everything will become apparent then. Right, Chief. We won't lose. June 22, 9:51 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. But yeah, we have 90 minutes. I do not think I can do the rest of this case in 90 minutes. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take the trial to its recess. And then we will do the end of this chapter at the start of next week. But we will do more, because I think 90 minutes is too early to stop. But thankfully the trials will have breaks, so... We'll still not break my rule of stopping in the middle of a story moment. But it is slightly unfortunate. June 22, 9:51 a.m.
Nick?
Yeah?
Did you know that Von Karma's daughter is only 18? Just like me?
Oh, you were 17! I guess a year went by, didn't it? Yeah, Gumshoe's 31 now. And Mia has gone from 26 to dead. Yeah? Why?
I was just thinking about how strong she is. I mean, she's been in Germany all this time all by herself, and she's so grown up.
Yeah, and I'm sure she felt a lot of pressure from her father's reputation. You still awake, by the way, Mir? This is the, well, not right now, but, the prosecutor in this case is the, character I think you'll enjoy.
And then you look at me and, well, I'm the daughter of the master, but I'm still just a little girl. And on top of that, I'm the suspect in a murder trial.
But I think you're really strong too, Maya, for all you've gone through.
Good morning! The two of you look like you're doing well today. I'm happy for you. Hey, morning, Pearly. You'll be safe today, Mystic Maya.
Huh? What do you mean?
My mother is coming today to show her support. Yeah, that's right, Pearly.
Hey, Pearls?
Yes, Mr. Nick?
Do you think you could do me a big favor? Could you channel Mia today, too?
Huh? I was sort of hoping to sit in the audience today and watch.
Please. It's very important to me. I don't feel confident enough without her help.
Mr. Nick, that's enough! You can't show weakness in front of the person you love. Pearly! Not this again.
Besides, Edgeworth isn't here. Please, can you do this for us, Pearls?
Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it for Mystic Maya's sake. See you later, then. I'll leave you two to your alone time.
Thank goodness.
Nick?
This way, Pearls won't be able to see today's trial.
What do you mean? What's going on?
Please don't watch me get your mother convicted of murder. Court is now in session for the trial of Maya Fey. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Let's start already. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I look forward to today's news with great joy. The image of your defeated face will be transmitted all over the world.
All over the world, huh? Sounds like you've made quite a name for yourself, Phoenix.
Don't be foolish, you foolish fool, wearing the incredibly foolishly foolish clothes. The famous one is me. I'm the prodigy who has never lost a case since becoming a prosecutor 5 years ago. Naturally, the world's eyes are on me as I conduct my first trial in this country.
Uh-huh. That's nice, Miss Von Karma.
Glad to see you're in such good spirits today, Miss Fey.
It's true what they say. Women really are scary when they fight. Ooh. Now then, a very interesting theory was presented during yesterday's session.
That the defendant could have left the channeling chamber, correct?
Yes. And this key is proof of that. This key, the only key to the channeling chamber, was not where it should have been.
Your Honor, I would like to say one thing before we begin.
All right, let's hear it.
The prosecution has determined that from the time of the murder to the time of arrest, the defendant did indeed leave the room at one point.
What? But, Miss Von Karma, then how do you explain this picture? Are you saying then that the person in this picture is not the defendant?
I never said that wasn't the defendant.
Then what is the meaning of this?
All I am saying is that Maya Fey, after killing the victim, exited the room. And I believe that is when she dropped this key.
Could you substantiate your claim?
Isn't that what I'm here for? The prosecution would like to call the defendant's aunt, Morgan Fey, to the stand.
Just as I suspected. Aunt Morgan. Poor Mia. She seems really torn by this.
Witness, name and occupation. My name is Morgan Fey, and I am a spirit medium, in a manner of speaking.
I'm sorry, but what do you mean in a manner of speaking?
Ah! I don't think anyone really cares. Now then, after the murder took place, you kept watch over the defendant, correct? Yes, that is correct. I performed the spirit severing technique on Mystic Maya then.
A spirit severing technique?
A technique to remove a spirit from a body and send it back to the other world. That is...
Yes, that is?
Sam, the reason for that would be that she is not the master and isn't supposed to. And also, she speaks quite openly about how her abilities aren't very good. She's cold, she's calculating. There's a reason why she turned to start calling Mystic Pearl. It's supposed to be the mystics are the main ones. The mystics are the powerful ones. She knows she can't take over for herself. She has someone else.
You! Be quiet! Now, witness. Something happened while you were performing this technique, correct? Yes, that is correct.
What?
What in the world could have... Mystic Maya. She escaped from the room.
What?
And here we come to the heart of the matter.
Sorry, I think that's the first time I've seen this in HD.
Maya Fey, while in a possessed state, managed to escape from the channeling chamber.
Look at the hair! Sorry.
Order! 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 Miss Fey, please testify to this court what happened during that time.
Your Honor, I will try my best.
I think someone just upped the ante on this trial.
Maya's escape.
After we heard the gunshots, those two broke the door open and entered the chamber. I requested that Mr. Wright and the other lady please contact the police. A pistol was hanging from Mystic Maya's hand and she was in a daze. Then, quite suddenly, she thrusted me away from herself and escaped from the room. With great strength, she hit the base of my neck and I fainted for a short while. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of where she went after that.
Why have you hidden this until now?
I did not wish to cause more trouble for Mystic Maya. However, I must correct falsities when they arise. That's right. She is simply correcting a falsity. Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Why is she making it a point to take a stab at me? Never mind.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
My aunt is a very smart and sly person. It's going to be hard for us to find a crack in her testimony.
After we heard the gunshots, those two broke the door open and entered the chamber.
Just now you said those two. Who were the two people you were referring to?
I was referring to that foreign lady and yourself, good sir.
Alada's not a foreigner, despite how she talks.
Oh, is that so? I'm sorry. I simply could not understand her atrocious English, not to mention she looked awful.
Can already see people in the Heartland gearing up for a riot.
In any case, I have already sent the repair bill to your office, Mr. Wright.
Oh! Thanks!
What did you do after that, Miss Fey?
I requested that Mr. Wright and the other lady please contact the police.
Was it really necessary to have two people do something so simple as call the police? If there was a possibility of escape, then one of us should have stayed behind.
Yes, that is a very good point.
At that time, I myself was a little confused. On top of which, there was another...
Another what, madam?
Oh, it's nothing. No need to concern yourself.
I want to hear the end of that sentence. There was another reason you wanted both of us out of that room, wasn't there? You must testify. Why did you chase us out of the room?
I simply did not wish for there to be more victims. The lives of both the good sir and that camera woman may be in danger, is what I thought to myself.
Well, that was very noble of you, Miss Fay, even if your hair does look like a trash bag from behind.
This is bad. Now people have a good impression of her and a bad one of us. Looks like she caught us napping. That's my aunt for you.
You satisfied now, Mr. Wright? Miss Fay, please continue.
A pistol was hanging from Mystic Maya's hand, and she was in a daze.
During our investigation, you stated that you struck the defendant on the head, and this strike caused Maya to lose consciousness. Do you stand by this statement?
I'm afraid I don't. The statement I gave you was a lie.
But why would you lie about something like that?
It is very painful for me to say this, however. The witness was lying to cover for the defendant.
She was covering for Maya? Fuck off. So you were covering for the defendant?
Well, yes. It was only later that I was informed of what had occurred. That the renegade Mystic Maya had done something very unexpected.
Something unexpected? What, pray tell, did she...
Oh! This witness didn't and couldn't have seen what happened. If you want to know what this unexpected thing was, there was always later.
Yes, very well.
Why does it suddenly feel like there's a rock in the pit of my stomach?
Now, witness, continue with what happened. Then, quite suddenly, she thrusted me away from herself and escaped from the room. You must understand, I live in what basically amounts to a monastery full of women. I don't get thrusted very often.
Was it really that easy for her to escape from you?
I'm ashamed to admit to such a thing, however, yes.
But you are physically larger and stronger than the defendant. There was no way she could have escaped from you so easily.
Have you already forgotten, Mr. Phoenix Wright? What about this picture? Remember that at the time, the defendant was not physically Maya Fey.
Growing old is such a mysterious thing. Trust me, I know firsthand.
Basically, Mystic Maya's body was still that of the nurse she had called.
But if she had run away, wouldn't you have given chase right away?
Well, yes, I would have. However, with great strength, she hit the base of my neck, and I fainted for a short while.
You fainted?
I became dizzy, and then collapsed onto the floor.
How long were you unconscious?
I'm not sure. About 10 minutes, perhaps.
And the defendant almost certainly went somewhere in that time.
Happy? Witness, elaborate on that point for us. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of where she went after that.
Is that because you were unconscious?
Why, yes.
Great, well now what? So while you were unconscious, you have absolutely no idea where the defendant went?
I would think that's obvious, good sir.
That's true. Then how could you know for sure that the defendant left the channeling chamber at all?
Now that you mention it, I have to wonder myself.
It's true that this witness is not able to confirm this. But the key word here is this witness.
What do you mean by that? It means she has another witness up her sleeve, that's what. It looks like Ms. Von Karma is ready to move on to her next witness.
That's enough. From what I can tell, there is nothing wrong with this witness's testimony. And from what she has said, we can establish that Maya Fey did leave the chamber.
I hope this isn't going to come back and bite us in the butt.
Now let's take the next logical step and ask. Where did the defendant go after leaving the channeling chamber?
Yes, yes. That is exactly what we should... Ah!
Be quiet, you! Now then, what the escapee has done was she had gone to speak with a certain person.
She went to speak with someone? Ah, fuck. Who was it?
The prosecution calls Miss Eenie Miney, who was sleeping in the side room at the time.
Eenie Miney? I think you can see where this is headed. Of course! Mimi Miney went to reconcile with her sister.
Fitness, name and occupation. Okay. So, my name is, Eenie Miney. I'm, researching, parapsychology stuff at the, university.
What is this parapsychology?
Let's see. It's I guess most people call it occult stuff.
Even if that's what most people call it, I can't say I understand what that means.
Then I suggest you go home and research it yourself.
Yes, sir.
Now then, Miss Miney. After the murder took place, you spoke with the defendant, Maya Fey. Is this correct? I guess. If that's the case, then let's hear your testimony. That is all right, isn't it, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
For the love of all things good, Your Honor. Have some spine!
For my sake. The prosecution calls to the stand the only person with... Well...
The prosecution calls to the stand the only person with a motive to kill this specific person. When the channeling started, I was, sleeping in the side room. A little later, someone came into the room, really suddenly. It was, oh my god, totally my sister! I, hadn't seen her in, so long. I was so happy in, a sad way. My sister, she told me something, totally terrible.
Now, hold your horses, young lady. You're saying the person that entered was your dead sister? Don't you mean the defendant, Maya Fey?
Really now, Your Honor. Maya Fey was still in the middle of channeling at that time.
Are you saying that the spirit was the spirit of this witness's sister?
Yes, Mimi Miney. She was a nurse at Dr. Gray's clinic.
Oh. Well, this is...
Witness. Yeah? In your testimony, you mentioned a terrible thing. Why don't you tell the court what this terrible thing was? I'm sure we'd love to hear about it. Do I totally, really have to? Of course.
Miss Miney, please.
My sister, this is what she said to me. That was no accident. I was drugged with sleeping pills. I was murdered by that person. That's why I took my revenge. It's only fair, isn't it, Eenie?
She took her revenge? Are you sure that's what she said?
Yes. There, are you satisfied, Your Honor?
I still can't believe it. I can't believe that a spirit would go so far as to use a medium to get revenge.
It's a bit hard to swallow. However, all the evidence and testimonies point to this as the truth.
The end. What do you think, Mr. Wright? It certainly seems like all the loose ends are accounted for.
This testimony just now. Was it all made up? Was it all just one huge lie? Of course it was, Phoenix. Mia! What do you mean? It's well constructed, but that's all it is. But even the most well-spun lies can be undone. We can do it, Phoenix. Let's find that one loose thread and unwind this tapestry of lies. Your Honor, there is room for doubt, so the defense will cross-examine this witness. We believe that our cross-examination will reveal the real truth behind this murder.
Yet again, the foolish fool spouts out more foolishly foolish trouble. I wonder if you'll make this one more entertaining than the last.
They don't seem to ever address or like, deal with the unfairness of the fact that should it be proven that Maya Fey's body was the murderer, regardless of whose soul was in there at the time, even though the judge is willing to accept 95% of the spirit stuff, including the fact that your body literally changes into that of the other person, Maya's still on the hook. For all the suspense of disbelief, that's the break from reality. The part where everyone accepts the mysticism, but they don't follow it to its logical conclusion and state that... I guess the one argument you could make is that because Maya channeled her, Maya is at fault for bringing her out into the world. Flimsy, though. But yeah, you never get the chance to make that argument. And I don't think Phoenix wants to, because if Phoenix is reduced to that argument, then it means that Maya's body was the killer, which isn't the case. So we don't need to, but it's a weird thing. Like, it would have been very interesting if they had done the case as literally Maya's body is the one that did it, and you have to convince the judge not to punish her for that. After the murder.
Like, when the channeling started, I was, like, sleeping in the side room.
Was this because of your, sesame allergy, was it?
Like, that's right. I, like, think there were sesame seeds, like, in the lunch they served that day. I had this, like, premonition that it was going to totally be a seedy day. Yes, indeed.
I see. Am I the only one who missed the boat here? Anyway, so you were taking a nap. Did something happen while you were sleeping?
Like, a little later, someone came into the room, like, really suddenly.
Do you know the time?
Like, maybe a little before 11 a.m.? Something like that, I think.
11 a.m.
Yeah, like, my stomach is totally ready for, like, food.
Oh no. I think you misunderstood me. I'm not asking what time it is now. I meant what time was it when someone came into your room?
Oh, so, like, that's what you meant? Like, you should have been more clear about it.
Sorry, my bad.
No, it's okay. Like, it's really... Huh?
Interestingly enough, Dr. Gray's autopsy report does not have a time of death. I mean, it does. The idea is that the autopsy reports are way longer than 3 lines, but they always give us the 3 lines that matter to the case, so time of death doesn't matter to this case, but still. It's weird that it doesn't.
That's it? Why'd you stop mid-sentence? Did I? So, like, what was I talking about again? Never mind. Witness, about this person who entered the side room. It was like, oh my god, totally my sister!
Are you absolutely sure?
I guess.
You guess? Was it or was it not your sister who entered?
Like, I don't know. I mean, like, I totally don't know your sister at all, Mr. Smith.
First off, my name is not Mr. Smith. Second, I am an only child. But more than that, she's managed to mess up the question with her answer. Well, Mr. Wright, The defense rests.
Well, that was a colossal waste of our time. Now then, Witness, how did you feel when you saw Miss Meanie Miney? I, hadn't seen her in, so long. I was so happy in, a sad way.
You were happy in a sad way.
Yeah, it was my sister.
But wouldn't most people react here with surprise at seeing a dead loved one alive again?
But, maybe if I was, someone who didn't know about, the occult. But I, know all about the Korean channeling technique. The point here is the witness immediately recognized that it was her sister. Yeah, what she said.
Should I drop this line of questioning? No. So you really didn't think anything strange of the whole encounter?
No, there wasn't any reason for me to, think anything was strange. But, ow! Don't keep badgering her.
You know the phrase objection?
Could you try using that once in a while? Instead of your whip?
Mr. Wright, this question of what the witness felt when she saw the sister, is it really that important?
Yes.
It is very important. I haven't quite figured out what it is yet. But I've got to bluff for now and make it seem like I know what I'm talking about. All right, Ms. Wright. Ms. Miney, please amend your testimony.
Okay, I'm, totally cool with that. I wasn't, scared at all. And, her costume looked totally, normal.
So there was nothing odd at all about your sister's appearance?
Yeah, nothing was, weird.
Mia's talking to herself like she found something wrong. That's impossible.
Is everything okay? Can I, go on? My sister, she, told me something, totally terrible.
Something terrible? What was this thing she told you?
Huh? Didn't I just, tell you about it? Did you, forget already? A foolish fool with a foolish sieve for a brain only speaks foolish with foolish words.
Well, excuse me, princess. Anyway, should I ask to hear the story again? No, I don't need to hear it again. She really put a lot of thought into this lie, didn't she? We can't rush this. Let's take it slowly, one step at a time. Actually, it's really fucking obvious. She's bound to slip up somewhere. Don't give up, but don't get careless, okay? Remember, calm and collected. Now, Maya's costume at that point should have been covered in blood. So there is a severe problem with this particular testimony. This was a very well-spun lie, Mizzini.
What's you babbling about this time, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
It's well-constructed. But that's all it is. Stealing my lines now, are we, Phoenix? Ms. Miney, may I remind you of what you said? You said that there was nothing strange about your sister's appearance.
Yeah, and?
But I don't think that's what you were thinking at all. Take a look at this picture. This is a picture of the sister you met. I would think that even you would be surprised if someone appeared before you looking like this.
It's a blood spray.
Ms. Miney, why did you not include the blood you saw in your testimony? If you were really testifying, and not lying, you would have noted it, right off the bat. Order! Order! Ms. Miney, what is the meaning of this? Ms. Miney?
I'm thinking, don't interrupt me! And what are you stammering about, Your Honor?
That witness. Her personality did a complete 180 there. Lots of people do that when they get on the stand, though.
First of all, calm yourself, witness. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap. Now, hurry up with the testimony.
If you please. The judge still looks a little shaken up. A lot of help he's gonna be. I'm just going to take the world's quickest break here because I need to pee. Snip, in a post-March 2020 world, who the hell doesn't wash their hands compulsively? After the murder part 2.
Like, the side room was, like, kinda dark, you know? So, like, the costume is, like, purple, right? The blood totally blended in. And I, like, persuaded my sister it wasn't, like, right to do something like that. And then, like, I took my sister to the channeling chamber.
What? Yes, now I see. I don't. But alright. You have given us a clear reason for why you didn't notice the blood.
You think? Like, thanks, Gramps.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Wright? Alright, I guess not. Very well, you may question the witness. Why is the rest of this story not part of the previous testimony?
Like, the side room was, like, kinda dark, you know?
Really? Because I thought it was pretty bright inside that room.
Don't push your subjective opinions onto this court. Like, that's right.
Excuse me, but how is my statement any more subjective than Ms. Miney's?
You are such a hopeless cause. With this, you may feel free to ignore this trite little man. Like, okay.
Ugh, can't breathe. Let me out of here.
So, like, the costume is, like, purple, right? The blood totally blended right in.
You didn't see the blood.
Like, yeah. But she must have had a gun with her at that time as well. That's, Are
you gonna tell me that you didn't notice the gun either?
I, like, totally didn't. All I was looking at was, like, her face. Continue. And I, like, persuaded my sister it wasn't, like, right to do something like that.
And what was your sister, Ms. Mimi Miney, like at the time?
Well, she was, like, totally flipped out because she just shot Dr. Gray. But I think, like, she knew She said, like, she did something really bad. And, like, she said she wanted to go to apologize with me. To like, apologize to Ms. Morgan.
Did Mimi's spirit really say all that to you?
Like, yeah. And then, like, I took my sister to the channeling chamber.
Was your sister calm by that time?
Like, I guess so. I guess maybe, like, taking her revenge on Dr. Gray, like, made her feel a lot better? I'd like to feel a lot better, too. Mr. Phoenix Wright, the sooner the better?
She says that with her whip at the ready.
And, like, Miss Morgan was the only one in the channeling chamber, you know?
May I ask you one more thing, Ms. Miney?
Like, sure, Mr. Columbo.
Was there anything you found strange, unusual, or just out of place?
Something out of place? Like, huh? When do you mean?
When you were going to the crime scene, of course. Because if you were walking through the winding way just after the murder... I'm talking about when you were going to the channeling chamber, of course.
Like, no? Nothing strange?
She answered rather quickly. Now what? Harder! Press harder! Think harder. I know you can remember something.
I, like, totally can't.
That's not good enough. You have to explain yourself clearly to this court. Do you think, Mr. Wright, that whether or not there was something odd on the way to the channeling chamber is all that important? I ask because it is very important. Not that I know where I'm going with this. Very well. Miss Miney, if you will, please include a statement about this in your testimony.
Like, I don't get why, but okay. I, like, didn't see anyone on the way to, like, the channeling chamber.
Try to remember that time.
Oh, like, I remember, like, I totally didn't see anyone on the way.
I guess this really is a dead end. Something you finally pull out of a witness is never a dead end, Phoenix. It's no good, I can't find anything wrong. Phoenix, the judge believes this testimony. If you don't find some sort of hitch in her statement, he'll end the trial, I know. We have to give it another shot. It doesn't matter how many times we listen, we can't give up. Tis the broken urn that is the problem here. I finally found the fault. Or, I guess in your case, the crack in your perfect lie. Take a look at this urn.
Like, urn?
There are cracks. Do you see them?
So? Like, what does that prove?
Objection!
Who cares about some worn-out old urn? Like, yeah, I already, like, said I didn't see, like, anyone on the way to the channeling chamber. I didn't, like, totally say anything about, like, an urn, did I?
It looks like you still don't understand. I propose that if you had really been walking along the winding way at that time, there was no way you could not have seen this person. I'd like to introduce someone to you. This is Ms. Morgan Fay's daughter, Pearl. Yes, and how is this child relevant? Well, it just so happens that at the time of the murder, Pearl was playing in the center garden. Oh, and she just happened to break this urn. Oh.
No! Wait, she broke the urn?
Yep, she accidentally knocked it over with her ball. And Pearl was the one who put it back together. While sitting right in the middle of the winding way.
What?
Ms. Miney. Pearl was there, in the winding way, at the time. She was hard at work, putting the pieces of the urn back together, you see. If you couldn't see that while you were walking, I'd have to declare you legally Nevermoon. I think I have sufficiently proven one thing, Ms. Miney. You are a masterful liar.
Ah!
Mr. Wright, you need to watch what you say.
The one who needs to watch what she's saying is the witness. So, Ms. Miney, tell us the truth.
About what?
About what? About where you really were at the time of the murder, of course.
The witness just testified about that. That's right. I was, like, sleeping in the side room.
Can I really believe her? Was she really sleeping in the side room? No fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way. No, no. Your lies end here.
What do you...
The witness says that during the actual murder, she was asleep in the side room. And I say that's not possible, because there is clearly a contradiction here.
A contradiction? Where is this contradiction?
Help me, Mia! It's either in the evidence or it's in her testimony. Ba-ba-ba-da, ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I think it's in the testimony, though. Earlier in your testimony, Ms. Miney, you made the following statement.
And, like, Miss Morgan was the only one in the channeling chamber, you know?
It's true that at the time, both myself and Miss Hart were not there. We had gone to call the police.
So, like, what does that, like, have to do with anything?
It's very simple. Ms. Miney, how did you know that fact?
How?
I can see that Miss Fay was the only person in the channeling chamber. However, someone who was asleep in the side room could not have known that.
Which means, Miss Miney, you did in fact go to the channeling chamber. But you didn't go there by way of the winding way.
But look at the manor guide map. If one were to go between the side room and the channeling chamber, one would have to use the winding way.
Yes, that's right, Your Honor, which is why I ask this very important question. Where was the witness at the time of the murder? Ms. Miney, please answer the question.
Don't ask a question based off of a baseless assumption, if you please. Well, I suppose since you've put it out on the table, Mr. Phoenix Wright, you might as well answer the question for us. Where was the witness at the time of the murder?
Now's your chance, Phoenix. Yeah. The only person who could have killed Dr. Cray was Eenie Miney. So now is the time to prove it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Where was the witness when the murder took place?
She was in the murdering room, Your Honor. Miss Miney was here, of course.
What? But that's the channeling chamber.
Isn't that the crime scene?
That's right. Miss Miney was at the scene of the crime.
Order! 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 That's... Why, that is... Ah!
Mr. Phoenix Wright, have you lost your mind? Yesterday's testimony established that only the victim and the defendant were in the chamber when the channeling started.
Yes, that is correct. Please explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Simple. Miss Eenie Miney was hiding at the scene of the crime.
I was hiding? Where? Like, where was I hiding?
You were behind the folding screen. Here, of course.
Behind the folding screen?
Ah! Don't make me say this again. Recall yesterday's testimony. There ain't no way anyone was hanging out behind that folding screen. See? You stupid jerk! Quit being so quick to pin it on me, slime ball!
Now, Miss Miney, one so young as you shouldn't be saying...
Shut it, Gramps! As if you know exactly how old I am.
I'm sorry.
Looks like the pipe's about to burst. Guess I should help it along. The witness was hiding behind the folding screen with the help of this. clothing box. Ms. Miney, how you were able to hide yourself at the scene of the crime is very simple. You were hiding inside this box.
That tiny little box? No person could fit in that.
Sorry, but your theory has already been disproved. Lotta disproved you when she was hiding from me in it.
But that closing box was in the side room, right? Which means it has nothing to do with the murder at all. That's right. I was sleeping there, so I should know. That clothing box was there in the side room the whole time.
Mr. Wright? Do you think you can prove where the clothing box was at the time of the crime? I do not know. Maybe. Oh, yeah, no, it's because the bullet hole. And now I present the piece of evidence that will prove this clothing box was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place. Take a look at this clothing box! Does not appear to have any locks.
You're so stupid. As if there's any sort of evidence in that old thing.
This... What on earth?
No! I don't have time for you to sit there surprised. Hurry up and say it already.
There's a hole about 8 inches off the ground. A hole about 8 inches off the ground. Where have I heard that before?
There's a folding screen. It has a hole at the same height.
That's right! I hope this has opened your eyes as to what happened. At the time of the shooting, the clothing box was sitting behind the folding screen, which is why the bullet from the pistol hit both the box and the folding screen. It went through the screen and then into the box. Ms. Miney, you were hiding behind the folding screen waiting for your chance. Yes, for your chance to kill Dr. Gray. Order, order. So what you are saying...
Then, Mr. Phoenix Wright, what about this picture? Are you saying that the person in this photo is Ms. Eenie Miney?
That is exactly what I'm saying. Ms. Eenie Miney, you were hiding inside this clothing box all along. And you wore a medium's costume to masquerade as Maya Fey. To masquerade as Maya Fey? She had it planned from the very beginning. She would kill Dr. Gray and pin the blame on my client.
No. Stop. I can't stand to listen to any more of this foolishness. If that's the case, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then I have a proposition. This whole idea that the witness moves the clothing box to this crime scene, pretended to be the defendant, killed the victim, and then fled the scene of the crime. It's not possible for one person to do that all by themselves.
True. It really is impossible. For one person to do all the preparations, that is.
Ow! Need I remind you, the foolish receive no mercy.
Wait. Ms. Von Karma, you said it was not possible for one person, correct?
You can't be serious.
Ms. Miney, you had an accomplice.
This person?
If it wasn't someone from Karain Village, you couldn't have gotten the costume, and if it wasn't someone from the Fey household, you wouldn't have that box to use.
Morgan Fey?
Isn't that wonderful lady witness we had earlier? What do you have to say, Miss Miney? You shot Dr. Gray with your own 2 hands. Do you deny it? I think this is what really happened. The murderer had planted herself at the scene of the crime long beforehand. Dressed in a medium's costume and wearing a wig, she pretended to be the defendant. And then the channeling started. The murderer crept silently towards the other two, both of whom had their eyes closed. First, she drugged Maya Fey with a strong sleeping agent. Then, she stabbed Dr. Gray with a knife. Next, she hid my client inside the clothing box. She did that so that she could take Maya's place and frame her for the crime. But that's when something unexpected happened.
Unexpected?
Yes. Dr. Gray was actually not yet dead. With the last of his strength, the bitter old bastard fired a shot at his attacker. And that is why the hole in the folding screen was so low to the ground. The murderer then took the gun from Dr. Gray and... well...
After that, you and the other lady thought to break into the room.
Yes, a gunshot is certainly something you wouldn't expect to hear. Which is why, upon hearing the shots, we forced our way into the channeling chamber. Ms. Miney, she immediately covered her own costume with blood. Pretended to be Maya Fey.
But that sort of deception would have been easy to see through.
Which is precisely why Ms. Morgan Fay chased us out.
Please leave this area to me. Go quickly and inform the police. Hurry, before there are more victims here.
What is one supposed to say?
This is the real truth behind this murder.
Who is that? Laughing at a time like this?
Ah!
Oh, you simple-minded fools. I'm sorry, are you still by chance evolving?
What is it this time?
Miss Von Karma, surely...
Of course it was me. Do you really think someone of Von Karma blood would lose to something this petty?
What in the world?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, your argument is flawed in one very crucial area.
And that is?
If this witness is the real murderer, why would she go through all this trouble?
Huh?
Working together with a medium, pretending to be one, putting on this whole act? What reason would she have to do such foolish things?
Well, that's...
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Oh, and one other thing. Why would Miss Inimani want to kill Dr. Gray? Where is her motive? Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say too. Yeah, motive. I don't have a motive.
Motive? That's... I can't say she has no motive here. I have to think of a motive now. What is her reason for wanting Dr. Gray dead? The reason you wanted Dr. Gray dead is this. It'd be Mimi... Would it be Mimi's profile, or would it be... Clipping 1? I'm just gonna check that. It's clipping 2. Fucking hell. Well, it's close enough.
Ha! Just as I thought. You bore me with your silly answers, Phoenix Wright.
Just great. Now even she is calling me by my full name.
You think I did this to get revenge for my sister's death?
Yes! Because you, through that accident, you suffered a lot of hurt and pain yourself.
Don't be stupid. No one has proof that Dr. Gray drugged my sister, right? And you want to say I wanted to take revenge based on nothing?
What do you mean by that?
See now, stupid Gramps. I'm, going to explain. So, please listen, okay? It's been over half a year since I was discharged from the hospital. If I, wanted revenge, then, I wouldn't have waited this long. And besides, the guy that thought of the spirit thing was, Dr. Gray. It was, a total coincidence he asked me about it, you know?
She's back to her airhead persona. However, you see... Ow!
Pathetic, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You failed to support your own theory. The end.
I think we have our answer, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What Ms. Miney has stated is very true. The revenge plan is overly complicated, and she has no motive in the first place. Furthermore, there is no reason for Ms. Morgan Fay to cooperate with this plan. You don't even have any truly decisive pieces of evidence to demonstrate your point.
So many faults, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You should really learn your place.
What happened? I thought I had her for sure.
See? Like, it's just as I, told you.
Huh?
I hoped you liked your slice of humble pie.
Very well. I now conclude the cross-examination of Ms. Eenie Miney.
Mia's turn. Your Honor, please allow the defense 1 more minute.
All right.
You can't lose here. Have faith in yourself, Phoenix. Mia. Yes, it does sound like a ridiculously messed up plan for a murder, but, you know, regardless, that girl trained for this crime. Really? Listen, Phoenix. Everything happens for a reason. There is a reason for why she had to kill Dr. Gray. And it is also the reason she had no choice but to kill him in this fashion.
Time is up, Mr. Wright. Your final answer, please. If you want to say you can prove Miss Miney had a motive, then why did she kill the victim in this way? Could you provide the reason?
Can I really do this? I'm not totally confident here, but I know that I must press on no matter what. That's right, Phoenix. Only you can do this now. I will show and substantiate the fact that Ms. Miney had a motive. Too bad. You're too late. My cross-examination has already ended after all. Interesting. I'll let you have your chance, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? You're supposed to be on my side! Ah! Von Karma only cares about the perfect win. As long as you have the will to fight, I will knock you down, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And I don't care if you're my witness. So help me, I will throw you out of my way. No way.
Very well. The court will take a 5-minute recess. We will continue the cross-examination after we reconvene.
Hey, wait a sec!
There it is. There's one last thing that we need to unravel in this case, and if you've been paying attention, you know exactly what it is. We'll have to do that next week. It will be weird jumping into, like, the fucking climax of the trial at the beginning of the stream, but I don't have any other choice, really. I don't... I don't know how long it is. It'd be funny if it was very short, but I don't want to get caught up. So, how do I get out of here again? Because if I hit back, it'll continue the game. Yeah. I think I just exit out and close it. Yeah, it's an awkward game. It doesn't really let you. Some games just don't have proper quit systems. At least to my mind. Anyway, it is. I said before that I don't like this case that much. I think I've changed my mind. I think this is actually quite good. I don't know why I didn't like it in the past. It's been a few years since I last played it. I don't know why I didn't like it in the past. Maybe I didn't like Eenie Miney much as a character. There's some irritating characters in this one, but Eenie Miney is actually interesting, at least in this one. And Morgan is Because I haven't had a good one for a few weeks? I don't know, because I like Rise from the Ashes. Damon Gant is my... Of everyone, of every person, of every character that I have, like, done voice-wise in this game, Damon Gant was the most fun. Out of anybody that you have seen me do the voice of in this game, Damon Gant was, like, top tier. But that's that touches on what it may be. It might simply be that when I'm playing these games on my own, I'm just reading the story and playing the game. When I'm doing this on stream, a lot of it comes down to how much am I enjoying playing the character. And for a case that's full of women, I didn't expect to enjoy playing so bloody many of them as much as I am, but the voices work for this one. For this game specifically, it's okay. It's better than Case 1. It is better than Case 3. That's not hard. Bare minimum gets you better than Case 1 and better than Case 3. Case 3 is not going... There is a reason why Case 3, even if I get surprised by some fun parts, there is a specific big honking reason why Case 3 is never ever gonna be a good one for me. We'll get to that. And we'll all be awkward together. Case 4, though. Ooh, man. Anyway. Fare thee well. Next week we'll finish this, and then... Yeah, next week we'll get the end of this one, and then we'll get the garbage. Cool.